just to kind of like clarify like how this first stream is going to go. I'm going to do like a kind of extended intro into both Crusader Kings 3 as well as kind of the historical period and some of the historical context that I think is important about the Byzantine Empire and all that. Which obviously we won't. Most of these will just be gameplay, but this first one will be kind of longer in that sense. And then I'll do kind of like a primer on Crusader Kings 3 itself, mostly touching on the base game kind of elements that are already there. But on top of that, if you're watching now, likely already know, this series is going to heavily dive into the new Roads to Power DLC content, which adds a whole lot of stuff on top of the base game. And so a lot of today's stream is also just going to be me clicking through menus and trying to figure out what's new. We'll try to get something done just so that it's not totally just me geeking out about Crusader Kings 3. But I did feel like I should warn you up top what you've signed up for if you're here with me today, because it is going to be a lot of. I realized a little bit while I was thinking about the stream earlier today, I honestly kind of don't know how much what most people would consider gameplay we're actually going to get to today, because there's just a lot that they've added in the specifically the administrative realm stuff. Also, to be clear, I haven't actually played any of that. I booted up the game and entered into the admin realm. The Byzantine Empire is the only default admin realm. I just clicked around just to get some decision names and stuff like that, just to check on some things so I could get my notes in order. But I haven't actually really played through it. I've only seen footage of other streamers playing through some parts of admin realm play, but I haven't done it myself, so I actually don't know. We're going to be experiencing all of that pretty much for the first time together, so that should be fun. Let's see. All right. Like I said, I'm going to spend a little bit of time before we even really get into gameplay, just kind of introducing the game in the broadest sense, and also just talking about the historical period, because I think it's really interesting. Actually, before I even get into that, I was gonna turn on the Roads to Power lo-fi beats to scheme or adventure to during this portion. Let me see if this. Oh god, that's really loud on my end. There we go. Can you hear that, Steven? Or should I turn it up a little bit? I don't want it to drown out my voice, because we're going to be talking for a little while here. A little quiet, okay. Let's put it around there, maybe. Does that sound good? Voice is fine, music is a little low. Okay, I'll put it up a tiny bit more. But yeah, as I was saying, I do want to introduce the time period a little bit, just because I think there are a lot of misconceptions. I mean, I should say also right off the top, I'm not a historian, so I'm probably going to get some of this wrong. Anyone who's actually a trained historian will probably easily be able to point out some issues with what I'm saying. I realize that, and I'm going to do my best, because even at my kind of like hobbyist level of knowledge, I feel like there's a lot of misconceptions that are both just interesting to talk about, and I think help contextualize some of the events and mechanisms and so forth of Crusader Kings 3 itself. That said, if you're a trained historian and you would like to leave a nice comment correcting anything I'm going to say during the stream, please go ahead, and I'll update I'll update everyone in a future episode. If you're watching this on YouTube and you do want to skip all this intro stuff, I'll put a timestamp or something on screen, and I'll probably also add like chapters into the YouTube video if you do just want to skip straight to gameplay. But all that said, what is Crusader Kings 3? I hear you asking. Crusader Kings 3 is a video game. It is mainly concerned with dynastic politics in the medieval period, the Middle Ages. No matter how you play the game, you're always playing as not necessarily the dynastic head, but like a powerful person within a medieval dynasty. You used to have to be a landholder, but with one of the most popular changes to Roads of Power is now you can also be a landless adventurer, is what they're calling it. We definitely won't get into that today. It's possible if, things go a certain way, we might, convert into landless adventure play in the future, which could be exciting. But we probably won't be getting to any of that anytime soon. And I would still say that Crusader Kings 3 is still mostly concerned with, how lands kind of change hands according to dynastic succession, even with the landless adventure mode that's been introduced now. It's still very much centered on that kind of, the interplay of dynastic politics and, territory and vassalage and all that stuff. All that said, there's no like explicit goals in Crusader Kings 3. Like you don't win the game ever. Even if you controlled the entire map, which is possible, you don't really win the game, and you still have a lot of stuff to do in the game in terms of managing that massive realm you've acquired. But even that said, like painting the map, I would not say is like a huge part of the game unless you really want to make that your goal. There's not specifically a point to doing that outside of just your own the goals you're setting for yourself as a player. I said there's no way to win the game. There used to be a hard loss condition, which is if you ever have all of your titles, landed titles, taken from you via war or whatever, that used to be a hard lose condition. With landless adventure play now, even that is not a hard lose condition, because you can just become a landless adventurer, and either you can try to retake your lands. That's one avenue of landless play, but you can also just become a bandit, or a traveling scholar, or any number of things. So even it's really hard to even lose the game, even harder than it used to be, which is really interesting. It's even a lot, there are a lot of games, even in Paradox's library, where there are win conditions. A lot of Paradox games that have this sort of historical bent, or like, it's 4X style play. There'll still be kind of like a universal ledger that tells you like, the rank of every single, state in the game. And ultimately, there might not be a set way to get to number one, but your goal is still to get to number one on that universal ledger or whatever. CK3 doesn't even have that. So you're truly not really competing for anything other than, whatever you set your mind to. That said, there are a lot of things that Crusader Kings 3 is not about, even if you're just thinking about it in terms of the historical kind of like context of the game. There are lots of matters of technological and economic development that are very highly abstracted. And even insofar as you can kind of manage the populations that you rule over, there are some ways that they kind of like push on you, like the need to kind of manage those populations. You can have like, if you're a Catholic ruling over Muslim subjects, they might rise up against you, for instance. So that's kind of a way that you do sort of have to stay on top of that, but again, it's very abstracted. You don't really have like population factions that need to be appeased, outside of just like very broad religious or sometimes cultural matters. And it's not that like Paradox doesn't know how to do stuff like that. Like their other games, again, speaking of their other games, like Victoria 3 has a lot of very robust systems about like trying to appease all of your populations. And it's very complicated, and it's not present in Crusader Kings 3 at all, because that's just not what the game is about, at least not right now. It is much more about dynastic politics, and the needs of your like peasant populations just doesn't really play into that in any kind of clean way. It doesn't make that part the core kind of thrust of the gameplay. It just doesn't sit neatly with that, and so they've chosen, I suspect they've chosen to mostly ignore all that, just to keep the game as focused as possible in the play experience. One thing that I just on kind of like, if I can go on a tangent for a second, one thing that I wish they would add more, as far as like stuff that's not currently covered in the game, is trade. I know that in Crusader Kings 3, I think there was you could play as a merchant republic, such as Venice or Genoa or what have you. Part of me really hopes that the mechanics that they've built for the admin realm mechanics for Byzantium and what have you, they sound superficially. I never played Crusader Kings 2, but from what I understand, superficially, there's a lot of overlap between how they've designed admin realms and how they used to structure merchant republics. And so I really hope that they kind of, in a future chapter, I doubt this will be like immediately upcoming on the heels of Roads to Power, but I kind of really hope that they refashion some of the admin realm stuff to cover merchant republics, because again, from what I've seen of how merchant republics worked in CK2, they sound really cool, and they also are just like a really interesting part of the history of this period, because like if you think of like it doesn't sound like if you're not familiar with the history of this period, it probably doesn't sound like there's that much to it. but like, I mean, this is a period where there's no standardized form of manufacturing. There's no, I mean, production is like hundreds of years away. There's no shared currencies largely. There's not even really like shared language, even in like distinct cultural regions. Like Italian is not Italian. Like a Florentine Italian speaker barely speaks the same language as a Venetian Italian speaker. You know what I mean? So like, how do you do trade in a period where like there's no shared anything, and yet people did it? Like there were huge merchant republics in northern Italy, Venice and Genoa and Pisa, but also in the Baltic region. If you played the board game Hansa Teutonica, that's kind of what that game is about, is a massive trade league in northern Germany in the Baltic region. So there's a lot of stuff to like kind of dig into in that kind of area that I would love to see them do in the future. So that's kind of what, you know, CK3 is about and what it's not about. It is a game experience that is kind of knows what it's about, and I think it does a good job at being about the stuff that it is about. But like it's important to think like, yeah, Hans mentioned, it is still a video game. It is still, it has, you know, it is not a historical simulation in any kind of way. I think that it's a very interesting game to use as a jumping off point as far as like getting interested in history, but it is not itself, you know, it is still like a form of like pop history. It is not, and moreover, like there are lots of ways in which history kind of gets sacrificed in terms of making the gameplay experience better, and that's a totally justifiable, in my opinion, trade-off. Certain dates and like, you know, how things happened in reality kind of get you know, blurred a little bit, just to kind of make the gameplay more interesting in certain cases. And so if you get into this and you start like getting interested in the history, I think that's good. But keep in mind that Crusader Kings 3 is a video game first and foremost. Let's just look at the map for a second. Look at this beautiful map that I made. This is kind of the territory that is covered by the in-game map. So obviously it's Europe, but it's also northern and kind of like the Horn of Africa and Western Africa, this whole territory, as well as all of India and a huge chunk of what is modern day China. I think this is like I never played Crusader Kings 2. I think it was much more. I actually don't know if India was in CK2. I think it was Northern Africa, Arabian and Persia, and then I think it cut off like somewhere over here. I'm not sure if India was in there, but I know it was like a lot closer to the cutoff was a lot closer. I have not played as a ruler in India. I've done two Iranian intermezzo runs, one starting in the Hindu Kush mountains over here, and one over closer to the Caspian Sea. So I haven't played a lot further over here. I'm kind of, part of me suspects that they will add more dedicated India content at some point, because there is a lot of really interesting stuff that happened in India during this time period, and that's not really represented in the game right now. So maybe suspect is the wrong word. I hope that they add more content, dedicated content for India in the future. And so I've been kind of holding off playing in India until they add some India DLC content, which I suspect / maybe just hope that they do. Another thing that you might notice about this map is that it cuts off right in the middle of modern day China. And if you know anything about Chinese history, you'll know that there's also a lot of really important stuff happening right over here, right across the boundary, right over here in China during this period. There's sort of a, I don't know if conspiracy theory is the right word, but there's like a fan theory that at some point they're going to expand the map eastward to cover to cover all of China basically, and maybe Korea. That at the same, I think that would be really interesting and good. At the same time, that feels like such a huge change that I don't know if I believe it. I want the part of me that wants to play medieval China wants that to happen, obviously. But that would be such a drastic change to the game that I just don't know if I can see it happening, at least anytime soon. Maybe they're holding on to that in their back pocket as like, I don't know, they want to expand the game in the future or something and get more eyes on it. I think much more likely is that in the years in the future we get a Crusader Kings 4 that covers all of China, maybe. But yeah, this is the map as it stands. Even though it covers large portions of Africa and India and even parts of China. Yeah, it would definitely be a massive addition. Still, people believe it. People think that it's coming. If you don't want to wait, I should say also there are some really good mods. Do I remember the names of the mods off the top of my head? I think one of them is Asia Expanded, or there's like another word in there. I can't remember what it's called. And I don't remember the name of the other one. I know there are two really well-regarded mods that kind of expand the map eastward and add just like a bunch of fan content into this whole India and China region. So if you do want to do that, the mods are already out there. The fan community has got your back. So you don't have to wait for the base game or for Paradox to catch up. It is already out there, but I do hope Paradox does it themselves at some point. Oh boy, what was I saying? Oh yes, it is still important to say that like even though the map covers more than just Europe, it is still fundamentally kind of a Eurocentric game. That probably is obvious to most people, but even just like in terms of like so the basic unit of territory is a county. But counties are not like a set size, and so you might look at this map and think that like, oh, look at all this territory that's outside of Europe. Europe is like maybe a fourth of this whole map, maybe even less than that. And in terms of like the number of counties that are in Europe versus the rest of the world, it's really closer to like, a third or like 40% of the county territory is just in Europe. And there's just like a lot more, like I was just talking about how I hope they add more specialized content to India. There's just a ton more like custom specialized content for Europe. And again, Paradox is a Swiss company, so that's probably not a surprise to anybody, but it is worth saying that like, despite the fact that all this is here, most of this other territory outside of Europe is just to kind of like help contextualize some of the action in Europe. The biggest thing that they've released outside of Europe in terms of content is, I already mentioned the Iranian intermezzo, which obviously happens in the region of Iran and the surrounding territories. That was I really like that content. I feel like some people felt like it wasn't as good as the Iberian struggle. I really like the Iranian intermezzo though, so I hope they continue releasing content like that for regions outside of Europe, because that was really cool. Yeah, just as a final note on like the historicity of the game, I do think that like it has a higher degree. I mean, this is kind of a low bar, I guess, but like Crusader Kings 3 does have a higher, a higher degree of historical fidelity than other historically themed video games, I think. Even its predecessor. Well, so this is actually an interesting conversation that I've only seen a little bit of in the fan community, but there are people who, so okay, if you're not familiar with Crusader Kings 2, you might not be aware of some of the goofier things that could happen in CK2. And even if you are familiar with CK2, you probably are familiar with it in the sense that like that it's possible to have a horse on your council, or even like if you play your cards right, you can become a nation of horses basically. Or you might know that like you can find an actual like elixir of life and become immortal in CK2, like all that. And there's also like a secret society that you can join based on, introduced in one of the DLCs that allows you to become, a follower of Satan, I think, or some demon. And if you become a devoted enough follower to the demon or Satan or whatever it is, you can like regrow lost limbs and stuff like that. So there's a lot of like weird supernatural, like explicitly supernatural stuff happening in CK2. And to me, I don't really like any of that stuff. I know people, there are people who really, really like a lot of that stuff. Well, CK2 is out there for you if you want all that stuff. But some people really, really do like that stuff. And one of the more prominent CK or like really just Paradox content creators, Lathe, who I really like. I'll put a link somewhere in the description of the YouTube video to his channel because he makes a lot of really great content. But he's an actual, or I think he has like a bachelor's of history or something. So he actually has a much like more solid understanding of like history than I do. And one thing that he said that I thought was really interesting is like, yeah, games like Crusader Kings 2 are obviously not grounded in, real history. However, there's something to be said for a game that kind of like reflects how people of that time understood the world around them, even if it includes content that it allows you to do things that we know are just impossible, right? You can't just drink an elixir and become immortal, but people of that time thought that might be possible. And so including something like that in the game is kind of a nod to how the people of that time understood the world that they were living in, even though it's not really historical. So I don't know. There's something to be said for all that. For my part, I prefer a little bit more grounded of a historical kind of like gameplay, because when I'm playing a ruler in CK3, obviously I can just imagine that ruler thinks that there's potentially an elixir of immortality somewhere in the world. I don't really need to have an actual elixir of immortality in the game for me to kind of like behave like that. But that's probably the roleplay gamer in me. I think there are mods that kind of like add some of that. So for CK3 even, again, old Crusader Kings old heads really like all of that part of the game. That's one of the I feel like biggest complaints that I've seen from old heads regarding CK3 is that it doesn't have enough weird stuff going on. They like the weird stuff and they want it back. So I'm sure it's out there. If you look through the mods, the modding scene, I've said this before, the modding scene for CK3 is ridiculous. The amount of people, or the amount of work that people put into mods for this game is truly wild. Like one of the things I've said during my past, my test streams leading into this were, like probably the best Song of Ice and Fire video game that you can get is a total conversion mod for CK3. That's probably the best, Game of Thrones, A Song of Ice and Fire game that you can get is just a free mod that a bunch of dedicated people make for this game. So pretty much anything you can think of, there's probably a mod for it. But yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's Crusader Kings 3. Before we get into anything else, I feel like it's worth going. One of the biggest not necessarily misconceptions, but just like things that I don't know that people truly have like a good grasp on is the feudal system. And one of the reasons that is important to understand before we get into the Roads to Power content is the Roads to Power content, specifically the content we're about to kind of mess around with, is a new government type, the administrative government type. And if you don't have kind of like a working grasp of how the feudal system, worked, or what it was, then I think it'll be difficult to understand why there even needs to be a distinction between feudal realms and administrative realms. So yeah, let's talk about feudalism for a second. We were probably, if you're anything like me, you were taught in the broadest possible strokes what the feudal system was in middle school or high school, probably. It was a dominant system of government during the Middle Ages in Europe, and arguably other parts of the world as well, even though there are some differences between, for instance, European feudalism and Indian feudalism and Japanese feudalism, even though they're kind of all talked about in the same terms now, at least by Western scholars mostly. But again, if you're anything like me, the way you were taught about feudalism probably left you with a very hazy understanding of like, when did feudalism, what's the difference between a feudal style of government and, what came afterward, like what even came afterwards. There's probably like a very fuzzy distinction in your mind between a feudal king and an absolute monarch, which would have come a little bit later. Even me just saying absolute monarch, you might be asking yourself, isn't that just what a feudal king is? But there are a lot of interesting differences between the medieval feudal monarch and the absolute monarchs that absolute monarchies that kind of came into, developed in the early modern era. So let's talk about those differences. The first thing to understand, I've already kind of alluded to this, is that a feudal monarch is not an absolute monarch. They don't have, they're not understood to be largely have unlimited power within their realm. Some of them some feudal kings are able to act as autocrats for a while, either before being checked by their vassals or dying and passing on the realm to an heir who just doesn't have the same clout as them, and you see kind of a reversion to more of a shared power dynamic. But in a lot of places, especially in the earlier Middle Ages, a king is in a lot of areas seen as more of a first among equals, or like a protector of the realm, versus, again, an absolute monarch and autocrat. That takes time to develop. That takes time for the king of a realm to kind of like consolidate power and build clout and so forth before they're able to wield that kind of autocratic power. A good example of all this is you've probably heard of the Magna Carta in England. It was ostensibly, or at least like nominally, a charter of feudal rights, kind of an agreement between the King of England at the time, King John, and the barons, who were the bulk of his vassals. King John wielded his power in an autocratic way for a while, and that kind of built up a level of resentment and distrust with his vassals until it built to the point where they kind of had to go through a period of renegotiating, and the output of that was the Magna Carta. It didn't really fix things in the long term, but just as a touchstone for like how this sort of power exchange sort of happened during the feudal period. This was like the kind of power that, like, during the early modern period where autocratic rule became more the norm, wouldn't really have caused as much of a fuss. But like during the feudal period, when you're ruling over vassals who view themselves as rightful landowners within your realm and have their own, military power that they're able to wield independent of you, this sort of negotiation is much more important than what would come later. Second, a feudal ruler, as I've kind of already touched on, doesn't control or administer their entire realm directly. A kingdom or an empire, feudal empire at least, during this period is closer to like a confederation of states than a single really unified polity. The monarch is granted certain rights by feudal contract, core to which are rights such as extraction of taxes and levies, which are essentially conscripted soldiers. But otherwise, subordinate rulers are understood to have all of their rights, have all other rights over their own domain. They're landowners. They own that. They're understood to own that land, and anything that the monarch, their liege lord, wants to take from them, there has to be, in order for it to be legal, there has to be an agreement in place. And there were various ways of kind of like coercing things into legality, but fundamentally, they are landowners who are understood to have their own rights over their own land, and the king above them is not understood to have the type of autocratic power over that land that you might mistakenly understand them to have. Third, in the feudal system, titles are largely understood to confer specific privileges, crucially in terms of land ownership. So in other words, to own the land corresponding to a specific barony, you have to have the title of baron of that land. And the same goes for like county titles and duchy titles and all that. This is different than later periods where you can be like the Prince of Wales, for instance, and that doesn't really mean that you govern Wales. That's more just like an honorary title. Usually the only real title in a realm is like the top title. So like the King of England, in order to be the King of England, you have to rule England. And if you're the King of England, that means you rule England. Whereas Prince of Wales, you know, it's understood to kind of like informally give you a certain position within the hierarchy, or like the position within the royal family. But like the Prince of Wales does not rule Wales in any kind of real way. You know what I mean? Whereas during the feudal era, to have like an important, like a real title, like a duchy title or something like that, you do rule that land. And if you have that title, you rule that land. And in order to rule that land, you have to have that title. So titles are much more important. There are still certain honorary or trivial titles during this period, but which is where it comes from in later periods, that a lot of titles become honorary or trivial. But it's less of a thing, because ultimately most people during this time don't really care about titles. They care about land, and so a title that doesn't come with land doesn't really do a whole lot for you. So yeah. Fourth, and this is probably the most important point. Feudal rulers don't understand themselves to be living in a well-defined system, or even really to be like, you know, they don't really understand themselves to be part of a government per se. I was thinking about this yesterday, and like, this is something that I feel like is kind of hard to describe exactly, because it feels so, it feels like if someone's calling themselves the King of France, they have to, on some level, be, you know, understand themselves to be part of a like governing body somehow. And in some ways they do want to control everything within their territory, but they also don't really, the things they don't care about, and they would rather leave for, you know, their subjects to work out amongst themselves. And the way this probably, you know, I'm sure a historian would get mad at me for saying this, like a real historian, but like, it feels like the feudal system, such as it was, is kind of like a pre-industrial, like libertarian utopia, kind of, where it's like, there's no real government. It's just like a lot of people making agreements with one another, and that's the entirety of the system. And this is also what I mean when I say feudal rulers don't really understand themselves to be living in a well-defined system, is because the only real definite rules of the system are you're making agreements and contracts with one another, and that's it. So if a vassal agrees to give you, first of all, if another ruler agrees to become your vassal and give you, you know, X percentage of their taxable, you know, whatever, produce, every season, and, you know, ABC number of levies, during wartime, then that's the agreement. And, that is like not really how, if you're just thinking about this in terms of like, oh yeah, the Kingdom of France, thinking about things in terms of like unified kingdoms, doesn't express the degree of like, the degree to which each of these rulers is kind of like, they don't rule over a unified nation or like a unified state the way we would think of it. It is truly just like contractual agreements, and that's kind of it. And this is also kind of, my understanding is this is also kind of how you get to a place where like, you know, merchants kind of like end up absorbing a lot of what we would think of as like kind of like state power throughout the late Middle Ages and early modern period. Is these monarchs, again, the things they don't care about, and they let other people do that stuff for them, or they don't even think about it as like doing stuff for them. They just, you know, they want, you know, their share of the income or whatever, but beyond that, they're perfectly happy to let things develop completely outside of their purview. There's, you know, their regulation or whatever. Not that there even is really regulation or whatever, but like, you know what I mean? So that's how like the emerging middle class during the early modern period absorbs a lot of state powers, because these guys just don't really care about the things they don't care about. That's Sawyer. I just you want to go back to the pre-industrial libertarian utopia? I don't know if utopia is the right word, but also as a final note, I have mentioned like all the changes that kind of like developed during the late Middle Ages into the early modern period, such as like you know, feudal monarchs kind of developing into what we would understand as more the absolute monarchs, like consolidating power, you know, kind of taking direct administrative control over basically the entire realm, stuff like that. A lot of that would have been understood by maybe not most of the people, but like a lot of people living in those realms as improvements, because sure, maybe, you know, like always up until this point, you know, an unjust king is an unjust king, and there's no way around that. But you know, strictly speaking, like a uniform set of laws, a uniform set of, you know, a uniform currency across an entire realm, all of these administrative standardizations, an increase in continuity of rulership, even though you still do have the kind of dynastic succession that causes its own problems, but it's a much more standardized system of government. And especially the middle classes really liked that, because, you know, improvements in standardization of, I just mentioned how, you know, trade during the Middle Ages must have been so wild, because like no one's talking the same language, no one's using the same coinage, you know, all these different things. As soon as you get like those level, like that type of standardization across a huge realm, lots of things that wealthy middle class people during this time are concerned about, a lot of those issues just go away pretty quickly. And so we think of, you know, absolute monarchs as being a really backwards thing, but from what I understand, a lot of people thought that the transition from feudalism to these sorts of like highly centralized absolute monarchies was a great thing. That was amazing, because it made a lot of things a lot more predictable and easy for the middle class, which would eventually become the capitalist class. So there you go. So yeah, all that said, up until this point, up until Roads of Power, I guess I should also say, where are my feudal maps? Here we go. The version of feudalism that is expressed in CK3 is like very, very, very simplified. Even drawing a map, like a real map of a feudal realm, is very difficult, because like all of the like weird stuff about like there's no centralized state and everything's just agreements between individual rulers, makes like what we're looking at here is a map of the Kingdom of France, which is partly ruled by England at this time. This is what England actually, or like what France looks like at the start they will be about, we're about to jump into. This is all technically the Kingdom of France, but England controls all of this, and this are France. But also these two little spots in here are influenced heavily by Aragon, the Kingdom of Aragon. And there's a bunch of other like little carve outs for different levels of control in here. And you can see this is a mess. This is a disaster. Like, what is going on here? And this is what living under feudalism is like. This is what feudalism does to your brain. Here's the Holy Roman Empire during, what year is this? 1241. So these are the borders of the empire. And these are all the small states of the empire. Some of these are just city-states, basically. Some of these are theoretically all owned by like a single ruler, but are like little tiny carve-outs all over the place. Some of them are a little bit bigger, but like, look at what a mess this is. And I'm sure if you looked inside of, this is the Kingdom of Bohemia, the modern day Czech Republic. I'm sure if you like looked in here, this looks unified, but I'm sure if you dug one layer deeper, you'd see a bunch of other little vassals inside the Kingdom of Bohemia. So it's just truly a mess. And this is what it's like to live in a feudal realm where like you can just go like a few miles in any direction and suddenly you're in a realm that's just has completely different rules. You have no idea what's going on. They might not even speak the same language. And it's impossible to get anything done because it's such a mess. Like I said a moment ago, Crusader Kings 3 does not even really try to properly represent the mess of feudalism, purely for the sake of gameplay, which is a smart decision in my mind. I no one wants this. No, simply put, no one wants this. But it is sort of interesting to kind of like to kind of think about in terms of like if you're wondering how we ended up with like hundreds of years of absolute monarchs directly controlling, a single sovereign or the office of a single sovereign directly controlling huge swaths of territory with autocratic power. It's because this is what came before, and it was a horrible, horrible mess, and no one liked it. That's why. But like I was saying, so the Roads to Power DLC adds a new government type, administrative. By default, the Byzantine Empire is the only realm that uses admin government at game start. I think they did add some game rules to have some other governments use it at game start, but yeah, it's really made with the Byzantine Empire in mind. So now that we've kind of covered feudal realms in a little bit of detail, like what does that mean, and why did Byzantium need this? Before we even get into that, though, let me just rant about the so-called Byzantine Empire for a second, because the Byzantine Empire is a weird construct, in my opinion, of history, which is to say, I don't know that, the the Byzantine Empire is just is the Roman Empire. You know what I mean? Like, I've got another map here. Where is it? So, okay. Before the fall of the Western Empire, this was the division of the empire between East and West. The Western region here is the one that completely fell sometime in the 5th century, I think. to mainly Gothic invaders. And we refer to the fall of the Western Empire mostly. When I say we, I mean, usually if you ask pretty much anyone, like, when did Rome fall, it's going to be the 5th century CE, and they're going to put a little asterisk on there and say that, well, that was the fall of the Western Empire. The Eastern Empire over here did not fall at that time. It did not fall anywhere near that time. It, in fact, did not fall for 1,000 more years. So you might be wondering what happened to it. And what happened to it is everyone just decided to start calling it something else. It's weird because, like, if you're looking at, like, histories of the fall of the Roman Empire, like, around the time of the fall of the Western Empire, they'll say, like, oh yeah, the Western Empire fell, and then the Eastern Empire just kind of, like, stuck around and was doing its own thing for a little while. And there's no one will ever give you, like, a hard date for, like, when the Eastern Empire, became the Byzantine Empire. But, after a couple hundred years, you'll just, the language used to describe the Eastern Empire will just kind of, like, transform into, the Byzantine Empire. There's nothing changed except for our perception of it, pretty much. But, like, and the story just kind of, like, develops. So, like, oh yeah, Rome fell in the 5th century, and the Byzantine Empire, continued being its own thing, which is weird in my opinion. That's very weird. The Byzantines, for their part, called themselves Romans up until for the next 1,000 years. They were calling themselves the Romans. They never stopped doing that. It wasn't until they were completely obliterated by the Ottoman Turks that they were still calling themselves the Romans. Lots of other cultures, crucially, this was not just something that they called themselves. Lots of other external cultures also called them Romans. Slavs, Turks, Arabs, Persians all called them Romans. If you read about, like, who they thought and these people were their enemies, right? Largely, not the Slavs mostly, but, like, Turks, Arabs, and Persians. Who did they think they were fighting? They wrote about fighting Romans because that's what they called the Byzantines. So the only people who ever stopped calling the Byzantines Romans were Western Europeans. And the reason they did that is because Western Europeans wanted to be the successors to the Roman Empire. And you can't do that if the Roman Empire still exists, right? So they started calling the Byzantine Empire, what we call the Byzantine Empire, they started calling them the Greek Empire, derogatorily. And they kind of sold themselves on the idea that they were the successors to the Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire appears in the 9th century, 8th or 9th century, I think. I think I said this on a previous stream. The Holy Roman Empire was not, and just to go back to that was this guy right here, this empire. This was not called the Holy Roman Empire at its inception. It was just called the Roman Empire. It wasn't for, like, I think it's in the 14th century or 13th maybe that this starts being referred to as the Holy Roman Empire, to like confirm its connection with the papacy, basically. But at its inception, it's just called the Roman Empire. And the reason it's called that is because they were explicitly claiming successor status to the Roman Empire. There was no qualifier on that. That's what they wanted to do, and that's why they called themselves the Roman Empire, because they wanted unqualified successor state status. And around the, not long after that, the language used in Western Europe to describe the Byzantine Empire changes to Greek Empire, because you can't be the successor to an empire that hasn't fallen, and so that's how that happened. So yeah. So like, but so where the next question might be like, where does the term Byzantine Empire come from? The term Byzantine Empire comes from modern scholars, early modern scholars, I think, starts to like review. This is keep in mind after the true fall of the Eastern Empire at the hands of the Ottoman Turks, right? So Byzantium is gone. Constantinople is Istanbul, the whole deal. It's gone. After it's gone, early modern scholars start like looking at scholarship and documentation about the now fallen Eastern Roman Empire, aka Greek Empire, and they start to feel a little uncomfortable about the history of Europe calling, again, derogatorily, the Byzantine Empire the Greek Empire. I don't know for sure, but I suspect it's because it's starting to dawn on them that the Byzantine Empire served a really important role throughout the Middle Ages for the rest of Europe, which is they were kind of the bulwark against the expansion of Middle Eastern Muslim populations who had been very powerful that whole time, and never were really a consistent like existential kind of threat to Europe. There's a long history of war between Christians and Muslims in the Iberian Peninsula, but that's so far from the heartland of Muslim rule that Christians in the Iberian Peninsula were kind of always at a bit of an advantage, whereas over in the Levant and Anatolia, that's like right next door to the heartland, and so without Byzantium there to protect Eastern Europe, you start to get a lot more Muslim aggression, and that's it had to have dawned on them at some point that like, oh, that whole time we kind of hated the Greek Empire. They were actually protecting all of us, weren't they? Ooh, that sucks. We should have appreciated them a little bit more. But anyway, these early modern scholars like coin the term Byzantine Empire as a kind of neutral term for the Eastern Roman Empire or Greek Empire or whatever you want to call it, because Byzantine Empire is seen as a little bit more respectful than Greek Empire, while also kind of allowing the myth of Western Europe being the successor to the Roman Empire. It allows that kind of like narrative to persist. What was the basis for the claim to being the Roman Empire from the West? So that's also an interesting question. A lot of it has to do with the fact that so the Pope, the Bishop of Rome, was seen as it's complicated, but sort of seen as the spiritual ruler of all of Christendom, all of Latin-speaking Christendom, at least. And so the narrative that like the idea was, in my understanding, is like, okay, we have this spiritual king of Rome, the Bishop of Rome, the Pope. they are sort of like the spiritual successor to the Roman rulers in Christendom. This is a point that I actually would love to know more about, because I don't exactly understand, but like how in Christendom there's like a concept, like a distinction between a spiritual ruler who is still seen as a very real ruler, but a spiritual ruler, and a temporal ruler, so like a king, like an actual king or something. But because the Byzantine Empire didn't control Rome, and at that point didn't even really think of Rome as like a particularly relevant tactical or like a strategic objective or whatever, they were just kind of seen as being like off doing their own thing in the East. Whereas the Pope rules from Rome, and what's more Roman than Rome? And so the Pope wanted a temporal counterpart to his spiritual rule, and that came in the form of the very powerful Frankish king Charlemagne, who at that point controlled. I've got a pencil in here. Charlemagne controlled, I think, like all of this. So a lot. He controlled a lot. Yeah, Rome, crucial part of Rome. You would think. So Charlemagne controls a huge. His title was king, but essentially an empire across like almost like a huge chunk of Central Europe. And so the Pope is like, look at this massive kingdom. We're back, baby. Rome is back. Full speed ahead, and crowns Charlemagne Roman emperor. Interestingly, at that moment in history, the Pope uses the historical distinction between the Eastern emperor and the Western emperor as a justification for crowning Charlemagne as I think officially Charlemagne was crowned Western Roman emperor. Yes, exactly. So the Pope kind of like acknowledged, sure, there's still the Eastern Roman Empire. That's real. We all understand that to be real. Don't worry, Rome. We all still think you're real. But Charlemagne is the Western Roman Emperor. And over time, that got dropped. And the Holy Roman Empire is, just becomes seen as the rightful Roman Empire. There's never like a total war between the Byzantine Empire and the Holy Roman Empire. They kind of live in tension, but like not open hostility for like centuries. And even during the Fourth Crusade, when famously during the Fourth Crusade, there was like a large contingent of Catholic soldiers who yes, that's true. That's a very good point. Yeah. Historically, total war was a totally different game. During the Fourth Crusade, famously, a large contingent of Catholic soldiers stormed Constantinople, and arguably that is like the death blow of the Byzantine Empire. It persisted a little bit for a while after that, but they just weren't able to stand up to the Seljuk Turks. Kind of like ongoing hostilities in the area. So that was kind of the death knell, even though they did last a little bit longer than that. But even that is not it's not open hostility between the HRE and the Byzantine Empire. It's just kind of like something that it's just a goofy thing that happened. But culturally, over time, you do see Western Europeans view the Byzantine Empire as, Roman pretenders, basically, or like a rump state that doesn't really have any authority. Um, but yeah, so it's a complicated history. I probably got some of that wrong. If you're a historian, feel free to leave a respectful comment. But yeah, it's all very interesting to me because well, okay, just like so okay, I have a couple more maps here. Here's the map immediately after the fall of the Western Empire. So the kingdom of Odoacer kind of like takes over the Italian peninsula. Despite the fact that Odoacer was like kind of like fighting alongside Ostrogoths during that, my understanding is there's a lot of tension between Odoacer and the Ostrogoths over here. There's a tiny this realm of Nepos here. The realm of Nepos here is the final remnant, the rump state of the Western Empire. But then, like, very quickly, lots of other German or Germanic tribes kind of like flow into this region and take over pretty quickly. Meanwhile, we've got the Chad Eastern Roman Empire over here just trucking along. And this is the map. So this is 476 CE. This is 555 CE. And you'll note from this map, the Eastern Empire, all the red here is the territory reconquered by the Eastern Empire. So let's just think about this for a second. This is like 100 years, not 100 years. How long? Like 80 years. 80 years after the fall of Rome. And this is the map of the Eastern Roman Empire. Supposedly, Rome has been dead in a ditch for 80 years at the time of this map. Explain that to me. You're looking at this map and you don't see Rome. You don't see the Roman Empire on this map. So this is why this is such a fascinating topic to me, because it's like, okay, the Roman Empire falls sometime in the 5th century, arguably. But then you've got stuff like this where it's like, okay, we've got, not only does the Eastern Empire last for 1,000 more years, we also have periods where they reconquer huge parts of the empire. What do you do with that? If you think that Rome fell in the 5th century, like, what do you do with that? I don't know. A brief aside on the city of Rome also. Yeah. Sometimes you're just busy, you're scrolling and the world just changes out from under you. Very true. And aside on the city of Rome, one of the reasons it's easy to sell the idea, I think, that Rome fell in the 5th century is because that's when the Roman Empire lost control of the city of Rome. And we've already talked about how, the Pope kind of leveraged his position as ruler, essentially, of Rome, to kind of like lend credence to the idea that he could revive the Roman Empire in part. But like, but let me back up. So how can you possibly call it the Roman Empire if it doesn't include the city of Rome within its territories, right? That feels like it's an important question to address as part of this whole rant. In my opinion, or like from what I understand, I think all of this kind of like overstates the importance of the city of Rome to the empire from the 4th century forward. As you may already know, in 330, Constantine the Great moves the imperial capital to the city of Byzantion, which he first renames it New Rome before then changing it to its better known name Constantinople. And to be clear, that's before the empire is split into the east and west administrative kind of divisions. But even once it splits like that, so when we're here, the capital of the Western Empire is not Rome. For most of its existence, about 100-year existence, I think, its capital is in Ravenna, which is like right here. So like even the ruler of the Western Empire isn't ruling from Rome. And that should kind of tell you something about like the importance of Rome at this stage in the empire. Is just like it has kind of like it's still very important. There's a large population there, a lot of trade there. There's a lot of historical importance there. But as far as actual administrative importance, I don't know. It doesn't seem like the actual Romans placed a lot of importance on the city of Rome itself. And even once we get to the kingdom of Odoacer, see here, that Ravenna's right here. Odoacer, who's the king at the time, does not rule from Rome. He rules from Ravenna. So it really feels like, based on the where the seats of power of these empires and kingdoms were, it just doesn't seem like Rome was like of the degree of central importance that I think it is easy to view it as because of the name of the empire and the historical importance there. To the actual Romans themselves, it seems like Rome had historical importance and like cultural importance, but not really administrative importance anymore. And so I think that's one of the reasons why when the Western Empire falls, the Byzantines don't rename themselves, they don't reconceptualize themselves, because the city of Rome and that territory isn't core to how they see themselves. Yeah, that's my understanding. Okay, so that was a big, long aside. Sorry for that. But so what makes Roman governance different than that of feudal rulers? Roman imperial administration operates a lot closer to that autocratic model that I was talking about earlier. There are some significant differences from the kind of like early modern autocratic, absolute monarchs. However, there are also some significant overlaps. Crucially, the empire is not composed of a bunch of largely independent landowners who just have like, a contractual relationship with one another. The entire empire is understood to be controlled and administered via a central imperial office. Some territories will be divided up into what the Byzantines called themas, which themselves are administered by local governors or strategos. So the bulk of the territory of the empire is composed of these themas. But again, these are not feudal fiefs, and governors or strategos can be, those positions can be revoked or reassigned at the pleasure of the emperor, basically at any time, as long as he has the political clout to do so. And that's not understood to be tyrannical, is my understanding. Whereas if most of the time, if a feudal king wants to revoke, a duchy, for instance, from a duke, he has to have a pretty darn good reason for doing that, or else everyone's going to understand that as tyrannical. He's stealing, essentially. Whereas the Byzantine Empire, if he reassigns a governor, it's much closer to like, if the CEO replaces, a manager, people might be upset, but we all understand that to be like within his right, because that CEO controls the company. They have autocratic right over the entire structure of the organization, and it's the same kind of thing with the administrative Byzantine Empire. As for the governors themselves, for the most part, if you are a political operator within the empire, taking direct control of large tracts of land, the way you might in a feudal realm, is itself not really something you're particularly interested in, because you're probably much more interested in like having your hands on the levers of power over the entire empire, which is much easier to do in this sort of bureaucratic state, because things aren't divided up in such strict terms the way they are in feudal realms. You can climb the rungs of power if you know how to do it much faster. And so, and crucially also, the succession of the emperor, of the imperial office, is mainly dynastic, but also there's sort of I think there's like a vote involved also, where usually it's for show. However, if you are a very savvy political operator, you can, peacefully transition power to yourself using the mechanisms of the bureaucratic state, basically. And that's most people's ultimate goal in this system. It's not to own a large chunk of land. It's to position your family as either the dominant force of power in the empire, or maybe even the rulers of the empire itself. So that's why people kind of like are content not to directly control land the way they would in a feudal realm, is because why control a single duchy when you can maybe jockey your way into the throne of the empire itself, ultimately. So yeah. A note on Christianity and the Roman Empire. There's a lot to say about the relationship between the early proto-Orthodox Christian Church and the Roman Empire. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on that right now. However, I do think it's worth stating right off the bat that Constantine the Great's conversion dramatically advanced the spread of Christianity, is my understanding, and his ongoing influence on church matters, again, pretty dramatically helped develop the nascent orthodoxy that would sort of develop into the core doctrines of the early church, which would then become the core doctrines of both Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy. All of which is to say that, in my opinion, the Roman Empire, the late Roman Empire at least, and Christianity are really, really tightly interwoven with one another. And I say all that because my understanding is the Roads to Power DLC introduces a path to converting to Hellenistic paganism when you restore the Roman Empire. And I'm probably not going to do that. I already kind of like mapped out what I wanted to do in this series before I knew that this was a new option in the DLC content. But in my mind, historically, the Empire and Christianity are just like so tightly interwoven by the early medieval period that like it's a lot easier for me to imagine an ascendant Byzantine Empire being interested in mending the Great Schism, for instance, than it is for me to imagine an ascendant Roman ruler re-embracing, a long dead form of, Hellenic paganism. It just like, this it says something about my play style, but like, it just doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't feel like what a restored Roman Empire would be interested in doing. So if you're watching this hoping that I'll restore Hellenic paganism at some point, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think it's going to happen. I'm pretty sure we're going to. I do think we'll make a new form of Christianity at some point. I think I've said this already someplace, but I want to make a new, like a Gnostic Christian church to make the state religion of my restored Roman Empire. But yes, we will. Yeah. Oh, you betcha. You bet we will be. What's the name of that? Dismantling the papacy, I think, is the name of the decision. But you betcha we will be doing it. We're going to do it to him. But yeah, all that to say, we probably will stick with Christianity, despite the fact that they've added, they seem to have tailor-made an option to kind of like go back to Hellenic paganism, which I'm sure a lot of people are happy about, but it just doesn't feel right to me, so we're not going to do that probably. What time is it? Oh boy, I've been talking for a long time. Okay. I might skip a little bit here. Let's go back to Moonless Cries Fast. Yeah. Yeah, you might think that the number of times I've dismantled the papacy, you might think that I hate Christianity or something, but no, pass it along. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I kind of broke out some goals for this series into early, mid, and late game goals. So let's start with the early game ones. Early, we're going to start off pretty what's the word I'm looking for? Pretty contained, pretty within reach of the early game, I think. These first two are just some new political schemes that they've added for admin realm vassals. We can raid another family's estate. We can slander a political rival. All good stuff. I actually think I got this one wrong. I don't think you can actually host a chariot race unless you are the emperor. So we might not be able to do that one until we're emperor. I definitely want to do this at some point. And we'll probably get an opportunity to participate, but we'll see. Optional, get into a house feud. The main reason this is optional is because I don't know if there's a definite way to intentionally do this. house feuds are kind of like a thing that just kind of happens sometimes in CK3. But I do want to, if we're given the option, I will take it, because I want to see because so much of the new content is centered on things that already feel like house feud type stuff, such as, raiding another family's estate. I kind of want to see how those play with the existing house feud mechanics, or if they've added anything to that. Another optional one, diverge or hybridize culture. This really depends on, so the reason we might want to do this is so that we can be the cultural head, because I assume the emperor is going to be, we're not going to start as the emperor, but the emperor will be the Greek cultural head because they control all Greek lands. But if we diverge or hybridize cultures, it might behoove us to be the cultural head. We'll see. It might not be worth it, especially since we're eventually going to want to become the emperor ourselves. So that's why that one's optional. Mid game, obviously become emperor of Byzantium, easy. Reestablish Theodosian borders. So that goes back to this guy right here. So in the time that we are going to be playing, I think our borders are going to be, it's all this, I think, but then we've lost like a lot of territory over here. So reestablishing the Theodosian borders is going to be a matter of retaking all of this territory. Plus Crete. So there's a lot of territory we need to retake in order to do that. But I think that'll be fun. Optional convert to iconoclasm. So, as you may remember, when you were taught about the Byzantine Empire, there were two periods of iconoclasm, relatively early on, or like within the first, I think, couple centuries after the fall of the Western Empire. Occasionally, we might be given the opportunity to convert to iconoclasm and establish an iconoclastic patriarchate to replace the I forget what the normal one is called, but basically like start an ahistorical third iconoclasm, which I think would just be very funny. Even if we do this, I think eventually we're going to want to create a new Christian faith with the Gnosticism tenet. When we get this far, I'll probably set aside like a whole episode just to kind of like create a faith together. I think it would just be really fun to go over the history of Christianity and the various branches of Christianity up until this point in history, and just like come up with a new Christian faith. The only thing I definitely want to have in there is Gnosticism, which we'll talk about what that means a little bit more when we get there. But I just think it would be really funny to like, or not funny, but like fun. And it'll probably be funny too. But to just like discuss what a Christian faith, what a new Christian faith might look like at this point in history. We definitely want to do this, though. We want to get all of our religious ducks in an order before this one, which is mend the Great Schism, because once we do this, whatever faith we have at this time will become like canon Christianity, basically, and like we'll convert huge swaths of Christendom to whatever faith we hold at that point. And finally, of course, restore the Roman Empire. We need to. The reason this is so late is because you have to hold lots of very specific territories to do this in the game. But we'll get there. And then late game, you knew it was coming, folks. You knew it was coming. Dismantle the papacy. So the reason this is again so late is because you have to control all of Italy to do this, and as a consequence to that, everything I've listed off before this point will just make sense to do before we get to this decision. And then finally, dismantle the German pretenders. So we've already talked about how the Holy Roman Empire is basically like the essentially the usurpers of the Roman imperial title in the West. This is a decision that you can take as the true quotes Roman Empire to basically absorb the Holy Roman Empire into your borders. So we'll finally show them what's what. I expect by this point in the game, we will probably be so powerful that it won't even be a particularly close contest, but it should be fun anyway. Chat expectations. This is listen up, folks. I'm going to treat you like my counsel. There's going to be times when I call upon you for advice, things like that. I will hear you out. I can't promise that I will follow your advice every single time, but I value you as my counselors nonetheless. And finally, let's try not to make fun of character or place names. I know how funny it is that there's a place in the world called Cumania, spelled such that it could easily be pronounced a different way, but let's try to keep it to a minimum, because a lot of these names and place names obviously are real, or maybe it's culturally part of cultures that are no longer around anymore, but still it's just it just always makes me a little bit uncomfortable when in videos of CK3 gameplay, people are making fun of place names or like people names that are obviously like still probably in some form still around. So let's keep it to a minimum. And finally, let's do some content warnings: harm to children, graphic disease, maiming, including blinding and castration, age gaps is a big one, and of course, Catholicism. I do want to be like very clear. Obviously, Catholicism, that one's kind of a joke. But in all seriousness, if the idea of a 16-year-old being married to someone in their 30s icks you out, if the idea of maiming a prisoner purely for the sake of political gain icks you out, or like harm to children or whatever, seriously, you might not want to watch these streams because bad things happen to people in these games all the time. I'm absolutely not, obviously, it probably goes without saying that I'm not endorsing any of it, but I put this here very seriously to be like, it's CK3 gameplay can be so I don't know if lighthearted is the right word, but it can sometimes, sneak up on you how the options that are put in front of you at any given time can become really dark really fast. And if you're not ready for it, it can be a little upsetting sometimes. And if that's just not something you want to see, I totally get it. That's why I'm putting this here up front. We probably will maim someone, not have to, but we probably will maim someone at some point, just purely because it's politically expedient. And when that happens, I don't want anyone to feel like I didn't, they weren't expecting that, or, they didn't, they weren't warned, basically, because, it probably will happen. Mods, 30-year-old marrying a 16-year-old. You were right about it being a liberty. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Enough said on that. Did I have anything else? Oh, I forgot to show you guys this one. This has like nothing to do with anything really. I just really love this map. So this is the Catalan Atlas, circa 1375. So like late in the Middle Ages period. This is basically one of the crowning achievements of European medieval cartography. You can see it's really beat up, but you can still kind of see like how detailed and can I not get any closer? I guess not. How detailed and like interesting, and there's just like a lot going on in this map, and I really love it. So this map was made by Jewish scholars. So after the Reconquista in the Iberian Peninsula, modern day Spain, in addition to Muslims being killed and expelled, like most anti-Muslim actions by European Christians, Jewish people also got wrapped up in all of that, despite not having like any military strength, really. They were just kind of like got attacked and exiled or banished or whatever as a part of that whole operation. But a lot of Jewish scholars from the Iberian Peninsula ended up on Majorca, which is this little island over here. They started a cartography school, and they gathered up documents from explorers and merchants and as many different people as they could from the Mediterranean, and basically combined all of that knowledge into this atlas, which basically covers the entire known world from the European perspective at the end of the Middle Ages, towards the end of the Middle Ages. And I just think it's really beautiful and interesting. I love that the Red Sea is just red, just a strip of red down here. Very cool. All of these like little like people sitting in different regions are the rulers of those regions. Most pretty much all of them I think are correct also, despite none of the cartographers actually having, for the most part, as I understand it, like traveled to these places. They just collected so many different like reports and stuff from different areas that they were able to correctly identify rulers and political polities and stuff all over the place. Obviously it gets hazier the further towards China that you get, but also you can see like all these little forts. These are for the most part they're marking down the locations of like castles and not exactly military installations, but like basically like armed holdings basically. But I just think this thing is so interesting. I really wish that like maps of like fantasy worlds looked more like a lot of maps you see and stuff just look like modern maps basically. And you don't, you just don't see stuff like this anymore. You know what I mean? No one's out there drawing up highly stylized, maps that feel like they would have been made by people in those worlds using the information that would have been available to them. I just think this is really cool. Oh yeah, let's look at these guys. So I have some like examples of like Byzantine and Greek kind of art and architecture and stuff like that. So this first one here is Tyrian purple fabric. So if you're thinking of like you probably remember from school or whatever that like purple is a color that's really important to Romans and Byzantines. But all three of these fabrics, these colors, would have been considered Tyrian purple, which is the specific purple. I mean, it's not really specific, as you can probably tell from these colors, but like all of these would have been encompassed in the colors of the empire. So like in order to wear a garment with these colors, you would have had to have a certain elevated position in Roman or Byzantine society, or else you would have been breaking the law, because stuff like this is restricted. No one is making thousands of radial lines like that. Nope. Here's a golden necklace with gem inlays. I just thought this was really pretty too, and pearls. I love these shoes. If you know what else no one is making these days? Shoes that look like this. This is like a priest or upper class male garment. So shoes. It should be said, during the entire Middle Ages, even having shoes is kind of pretty expensive. Most commoners are not going to have shoes. Unless they truly need them for their whatever trade they do, and especially delicate, finely crafted shoes like this would be a true, solid signifier of very high class, because these are not a workman's shoes. These are not boots that you would maybe need for certain trades or whatever. These are shoes that you have truly just to signify class. Tavi, hi. Yeah, they are. Yeah. I mean, look at that. Yeah. Some contemporaneous renditions of upper class Byzantine dress. We'll see the in-game. I feel like the stills I've seen of the in-game garb capture a lot of this, ostentatious, quality of their clothing, especially. So this is the emperor and empress. I actually don't know which. I don't know which one exactly, but you can tell from the scepter. I mean, you can probably tell just based on the totality of the garb, but the clearest sign that this is an emperor is this scepter right here. And these would just be like priests and noblewomen. I think this is also an emperor, but you can see like just how intricate some of their dress would be. These are all inlaid gems into the sash and stuff. Truly crazy. I mean, this is another thing to think about as far as the Byzantine Empire is just like, I don't know if most people kind of like understand that for most of the Middle Ages, the Byzantine Empire is like the wealthiest polity in all of Europe. It's none of the Western European kings or whatever. It's like Constantinople is the center of basically, the height of European wealth. And it definitely shows in their garb. This is the Hagia Sophia, or how do you pronounce that actually? Is it? Let me just pop a quick Google. I don't actually know if that's a hard G there. I'm just going to stick with it. Hagia Sophia. So this is the biggest. So this is a colorized photo taken of the structure still stands in Istanbul. It's a mosque now. I think briefly it was a museum, but it is an operating mosque. So like they have services and stuff there now. The Ottomans wisely chose not to just destroy it, which I couldn't be happier about, because it's one of the, it's one of the most important architectural feats of the Byzantines. And as you can see, it's quite beautiful. The interior is also very beautiful. but this was like the grand church of the empire while it still existed. This is the Basilica of San Vital. So this is in the Italian peninsula. And one thing that the Byzantines really loved was creating these really intricate, these are mosaics, I think, or is this the one with the mosaics? I'm pretty sure these are mosaics and the pieces are just too small to actually identify here. But yeah, just look at how intricate this artwork is. I really love all of the artwork they do in their churches, or did rather. Yeah, this would be a combination of something that a lot of Byzantine style churches do is they combine Bible motifs with also like imperial, like political figures. So you'll see in a lot of Byzantine church mosaics, like this one. This is also in San Vital. So these are not biblical figures; these are imperial figures. So this is Justinian I and retinue. I think this guy is Belisarius, who is a very famous Byzantine general. Unlike, I feel like maybe I'm wrong about this, but my feeling is that in Catholic churches and cathedrals, it's pretty restricted. The artwork is pretty restricted to biblical figures. In Byzantine churches, you see a lot more. You see more like political figures as well being depicted in mosaics. But like, yeah, this one you can really see the mosaic work here. I think this is so beautiful. But yeah. This is Saint Sophia. Anytime you see Sophia, also that means wisdom. In case that's not clear. But this one is Sophia's Church, Sofia, Bulgaria. Obviously a lot smaller, so this is going to be like further away from the imperial core. I think all of this brickwork would have been covered by, like you can see a little bit of, what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? Would have been covered up by some sort of facade, but has been exposed over time. You can still see in the back here. This is all like the brick is covered up, but they've kind of let the brickwork become exposed over time. But you can still see like all of these golden icons, and then obviously the altar over here. Still very, very beautiful, even though it's a little bit more austere, obviously, than some of the other ones that we've looked at. Church of St. George, again in Sofia, Bulgaria. Again, a lot of exposed brick where there was obviously used to be some sort of artistic facade here, but a very similar kind of like altar with these like gold leaf icons. When we were in Italy, all the brick stuff used to be covered in marble. Oh, interesting. Okay. At all the Roman forums and stuff. Yeah. And these two, one of the, I mentioned a second ago how, Byzantium was kind of like the center of wealth in Europe. It was also a major center of like learning and technological innovation. One of their most famous wartime technologies was catch me shit posting at the Roman Forum. Greek fire is what it was normally called at the time. Greek fire is a sort of primitive form of napalm, basically, that the Byzantines invented and kept a very, very closely guarded state secret. so closely guarded that they essentially took it with them to the grave. We still don't know exactly how they made Greek fire. I think there are guesses, and obviously we know how to make. Unfortunately, we know how to make napalm, a much more potent version of this today. But they were the only civilization that had this specific tool in their tool belt for war. And they used it to terrifying effect. And we know that this was a real thing that they used and not just something that they made up, because we also have reports from the Persians who were on the receiving end many a time of Greek fire. So they used it to the most terrifying effect. At sea, they would keep it in big barrels below decks, and then they would have these. I'm not sure how it worked, but they would basically like have these long hoses that they would mount on, kind of like cannons on the side of their decks, and they would use these pumps to just spray enemy boats with Greek fire, and then light the substance on fire. And it's napalm essentially, so you can't put it out with water. And so once you get hit with a gout of that, you're done basically if you're at sea, because your boat is on fire and you are probably on fire, and it is not a fire that can be put out. So there are lots of reports, Persian reports, or accounts rather, from the time of naval battles where whole ships are just lit on fire, and that's that for them. Thanks for the follow, Jeff the Char. Welcome. We're almost to gameplay. I'm just going over some historical background on the Byzantine Empire. And here's another one. My understanding is that this is a lot less common of a use case. I don't actually know why, because it seems like it would be just as terrifying, but the Byzantines would also sometimes build these large siege structures and then just spray castles or other fortifications with Byzantine fire, or Greek fire, and let it burn. All right. Okay, is there anything else to go over here? Nope, I think that covers everything I had to say. So give me one moment to get the game going, and we will get started in just a second. Yeah, thanks everyone for sticking with me. 2 hours. I did not time myself beforehand, but I was hoping to get through all that in about an hour and a half, so oops. There we go. This is a new loading screen for Roads to Power. Are there YouTubers that try to recreate Greek fire? I don't know. Maybe we should do a side episode, a special episode where I try to recreate Greek fire. Would that be fun? Would you guys like that if I set my house on fire? Do you think Twitch would let me monetize this channel if I set my house on fire? All right. Oh, this is another new thing that they've added. in the update. I think this is part of the free update. They have a character of the week where they like give you just a random. This is like not a normal bookmarked character, but just to get you like in the game as quickly as possible. They kind of like pull out a single ruler in the world, and you can just start straight from the main menu, which I think is really cool. It's a really cool thing that they've added. They keep one thing about Paradox that I really like is it seems like they really try to keep making little improvements to the game to just help people get into it as quickly as possible. Let's go to new game. I will say, but before we move on from here, so this is the screen you'll see every time you click that new game button. If you are just starting out playing Crusader Kings 3, I strongly advise to just pick one of these 5 characters. These are the recommended. These are the recommended starts for this time period, for this date 1066. But these are also. I wish that this language was a little clearer. They call these the Legends of Crusader Kings 3. What they really mean, what this means, is that these are the to very strongly tutorialized starts. Each of these will give you a different tutorial mode. So I think Petty King Murshad is the diplomacy tutorial, I think. I wish the language here was a little bit clearer, but because these are the tutorial starts, I would again strongly advise, just if you're just getting started with the game, just pick one of these and go with it. And another thing that I would advise is, as soon as you jump into one of these starts, the game is you're going to see a pop-up, and it's going to say, do you want to do the quick tutorial or the full tutorial? And it's going to tell you that the quick tutorial is 15 minutes and the full tutorial is 2 hours. And I think I think a lot of people are going to look at that and say, anything I don't learn in the 15-minute tutorial, I'll just learn later, or I don't need to know it. I'll just do the 15-minute tutorial, no problem. I'm smart, I'll figure it out. And here's the thing. I bet you are smart. But Crusader Kings 3 has a lot of moving parts. And unless you have already played other Paradox games, and even if you have, I would still really strongly suggest, if you're just starting out, do the full tutorial. I know it's 2 hours. I know that sounds really boring, but I think you'll have a much better time if you know how the game works, or if you let the game teach you how it works. So that's my advice for new players. We're not going to do that because we're experts. We know what's up, right? Okay, so these are our Byzantine starts mostly. These 3 guys right here, Swords of Faith. Yeah, okay, this is the Crusader state stuff. Call of the Empire. So we're starting on the 1st of October, 1178 AD. An aging emperor, a juvenile heir, and a recent battlefield defeat at the hands of the Anatolian Seljuks have left Byzantium vulnerable, and history has proven time and time again that the greatest threats to the empire come from within as often as without. Will the heirs of Rome face their last twilight, or will they make it through the long night to a new dawn? So let's start with the 2 characters. I just want to read through the descriptions of these characters real quick. The 2 characters who are not part of the empire: Sultan Kilij Arslan, King of Rum. I mentioned earlier that a lot of cultures outside of Byzantium knew Byzantium as Rome, this is just one of the ways that's reflected in history, is when the Turkish clans kind of like overtook Anatolia, they called their kingdom the Kingdom of Rum, which is their kind of like their way of saying Rome. So again, when the Turks take this territory over, they understand it as, Rome. We live in Rome. This is the Kingdom of Rome. So this is just another reflection of the way in which everyone except Western Europeans understand this territory as Rome. Anyway, fresh from victory over the Byzantines at the Battle of Myriokephalon, Kilij Arslan has proven himself a power to be reckoned with in Anatolia. Given time, he may march his armies to the very walls of Constantinople itself, but the jockeying of his many sons for the succession could prove a deadly distraction, for even Kilij Arslan's own father ascended the throne over the body of his own brother. Interesting. And historically, I think, I don't think it was this, because he's the Seljuk dynasty. I think historically, it was one of his vassals, I think, because the Ottoman, when we say the Ottoman Empire, Ottoman is the name of the dynasty that created the empire, basically. So I think it was one of his vassals that took over the territory that he first claimed and started the Ottoman Empire, I think. Princess Tamar, Georgian. She's an Orthodoxy girl. Despite the strident opposition of the Georgian nobility, the king of Georgia has made it clear that his eldest daughter, Tamar, will succeed him to the throne, an act unprecedented in the kingdom's lengthy history. The path forward will be difficult, and few among her future vassals will be pleased to see her succeed, but those who know the princess well have every confidence that she will rise to the occasion. I don't know much about Princess Tamar, but my impression from the CK3 community is that this is another kind of like fan favorite historical figure, which is why she's been included in here. I've been meaning to read more about her, but yeah, she's very interesting. My impression, or like, people think of her as being a very interesting historical figure, is my understanding. Okay, but neither of those are within the empire, so that was just me poking around. We're gonna start as one of these three fellows here, so let's read about them. Strategos Johannes, 36, Duke of Moja. Let's actually look this up. If we're gonna be this guy, we might as well know how to pronounce his thema. Mija. Greek Orthodoxy, difficulty. Okay, all three of these guys is difficulty medium. Okay. Cantacuzenos dynasty. One of the most seasoned of Basilius Manuel's commanders, Ioannis's Herculean stature and bravery on the battlefield are equaled only by his astonishing arrogance and unbridled impetuosity, traits seldom conducive to a long and healthy life in the Byzantine political arena. Will Ioannis's boldness lead the Cantacuzenos family beyond their present station, or will his arrogance ultimately prove to be their undoing? Okay, so that's option one. Strategos Alexios, 38, Duke of Bulgaria, or Strategos of Bulgaria, and yeah. Paleologos is the name of his dynasty. Alexios' family is distinguished even among the powerful and influential names of the Byzantine Empire, having held a seat at the proverbial table for over a century. And his ancestors contributed greatly to the Komnenos ascendancy. Komnenos, I think, is the current ruling dynasty. Their loyalty to the throne has been steadfast, but proximity to power often leads to powerful temptations. For how long will Paleologoi remain content? Will the Paleologoi remain content to serve? Okay, interesting. And he's already wifed up, which means he might have an heir already, which would be nice. Strategos Andronikos of the Angelos dynasty, Duke of Epirus, a grandson of Basilius Alexios Komnenos. Oh, grandson, interesting. Interesting. That might give us an easy in to the imperial seat. Okay. Andronikos has enjoyed a distinguished career in the service of the empire, but as more and more of his brothers and sons ascend the pyramid of power, they approach perilous heights at which a misstep could prove fatal to all. Okay. And he's 45, so he's a little bit older than the other two. He has a son, and a different Ioannis is his brother. Okay. Age 25. Okay, so we have a 25-year-old son. Michael brother. So what do we think, chat? These are our three boys. Seems like Ioannis has the least political connections within the empire, but maybe has the most battlefield acumen. So maybe we could expand northward or like around the Black Sea, and use like our use acquisitions as leverage within the empire. Alexios, both Alexios and Andronikos have connections, it seems, to the ruling family, the Komnenos, which is interesting. Alexios Yeah, it's less clear to me based on this menu what exactly Alexios has going for him, other than it seems like the Paleologos family just has deep roots, but so does the Angelos family, it seems. The way this description makes it sound is like we'll be vying with our own family members for power, which could get nasty pretty quick. You like Andronikos? Comes with a failed son. He does look at him. He's like, man, do I have to rule the empire, Dad? And you're like, yes, you have to rule the empire. He's like, oh man. Ioannis is sexy, yeah. He's got that. Look at this beast. Look at that beard. I mean, I guess they're all bearded. I like this guy's beard. Herculean stature. Yeah, there's no real in terms of in terms of physical presence. There's no question. It's Ioannis, right? He has I wonder why he has a different hat also than these two guys, because they're all the same culture. They're all the same position. Interesting. I don't know why. Who will live the longest? Well, that's the thing about Andronikos is he's 45, which I mean it's not like he's going to drop dead tomorrow, but like he is 10 years further along the line. Well, okay, 9. Yeah, he's almost a decade older than the other two. which is if we go the Andronikos route, we've got to make some moves pretty quick. And here's the other thing is like Alexios is an adult. Our heir is an adult, which means that if he didn't already get a good education, it's too late. we won't have an opportunity to re-roll those dice. So if Alexios truly is a fail son, we're going to be saddled with a fail son for. So we've got to make a lot of things happen in this lifetime so that our fail son can inherit something and just try to hold on to it for his lifetime. Whereas it kind of seems like neither of them. I feel like if they had heirs, they would be displayed in this slot. We will have more opportunities to craft, to guide our heirs if we go the route of Alexios or Johannes. So yeah, that's not to say that Andronikos isn't a viable option. So it sounds like we've got one vote for Andronikos and one for Johannes. Does anyone want to weigh in and on either side? But yeah, Johannes is the youngest. By 2 years, younger than Alexios. Grandson of Basilios Alexios Komnenos. It feels like there's a lot we could do with Andronikos, even though he's older. I'm leaning towards Andronikos just because we could do Johannes and just lean on his military might. But that feels a lot closer to a normal, air quotes, normal CK3 run. Whereas if we go Andronikos, we're kind of, I feel like I would be forcing myself to play into the politics side of things. And that's kind of like the part of the game that I wanted to mess around with the most. Let's do Andronikos because it feels like I'll have to mess around with the new content, whereas Johannes feels like a little bit more comfortable of a choice in terms of like what we'll have to do. Let's jump in here. Okay. Oop. Wrong button. Let's just get a look at the world. Yeah, so we've got Salah al-Din controlling Egypt. If you've watched the film Kingdom of Heaven, you'll be familiar with Salah al-Din. He uses a new mechanic in the DLC called Conqueror, where occasionally an NPC will have this Conqueror trait. We'll just like generate with this, and it'll basically turn them into not exactly a Genghis Khan, but as close as the game will really make an NPC to just like a world conqueror type. An NPC with the conqueror trait will be like very aggressive and very strong. My understanding is they added that kind of like random trait in here to as kind of like a challenge to late game rulers or like experienced players to give them something to kind of like chew on as a like a late game kind of randomized challenge. The Most Serene Republic of Pisa controls what is this? Corsica, right? Interesting. Yeah, so we just looked at that map of England's control over the Kingdom of France, the territory of the Kingdom of France. Here it is rendered in CK3 terms. If you recall, I pointed out the parts where even the parts of France that were kind of vassals of the King of France. Who is the King of France right now? Louis VII. Aragon had some like influence over parts of that because CK3 doesn't really have a concept of like layered or like vassals who have like pledged allegiance to multiple lieges. They've just, the way they've represented that is they just have territories that are controlled outright by Aragon, rather than kind of like split between two lieges. Here's our Holy Roman Empire, aka the German Pretenders. Let's look at the religion. Oh, Cathars. Hey. Interesting. Oh, are there no... Okay. There are no actual Cathar rulers. There's just territory there. Okay. Bogomilists. Electing their spiritual leaders from amongst the general populace, Bogomils reject all worldly trappings and institutions of power, advocating instead for a return to the earlier methods of spiritual teaching practiced by Christ and his disciples. All right. Oh, they're Gnostics. What do you know? One thing that is interesting I feel like, another thing that I feel like people, if your grade school education was anything like mine, you were taught probably something along the lines of like, there was basically, Christianity was like Catholics and Orthodox was over there doing something. But that was kind of like the story of Christianity until the Protestant Reformation in the Renaissance, basically. And I understand why it gets taught like that, but also like the truth is closer to like there were actually a lot of like weird little Christian splinter groups throughout history, and the only difference between like their arising and the Protestant Reformation is mainly that the Protestant Reformation managed to get a foothold, a lasting foothold, before they were stamped out. Whereas, you have groups like, Bogomils and Cathars are, especially like, yeah, they rose, they got a lot of popular, there was a popular following. And then the Catholics stamped them out and burned everybody up at the stake, and that's kind of how that ended. But any one of those, if you're thinking about like, what could have happened, any one of those movements could have, through some twist of history or fate or whatever, could have. Oh my God! All right, what's our cash flow like? We have enough money to. Recruit a... Oh, interesting. This is new. Recruit for a court... so these used to... Okay. I really like how they've reorganized this panel. these used to all be like split out into different items over here, and now like all your recruitment options are just in a single panel. That's really nice. Search for a chief eunuch. Interesting. Well, we'll mess with that later. Right now we need a doctor. Yes. Okay, so we have 3 out of 3. Okay. Sorry, I got mega distracted. Let's just do a broad overview of like what we're looking at right now. How do you, when you're looking at Crusader Kings 3, the gameplay interface, what are we looking at? So let's start. You've probably noticed all this stuff right here. We'll get to that in a minute. Basically, any notifications that the game wants to give you as far as like what the current situation is will either be split out into stuff like this that they really want you to pay attention to, and sometimes it'll be buried in this little panel here as kind of like additional notifications that might be worth your attention. This panel right here has a lot of important information. So right here is monthly income and current treasury. We have 122 ducats in the bank. That's pretty good. We are gaining 9.4 per month. That's also actually quite good for a duchy tier ruler, at least. So very, very good overall. This, gold can be used for a lot of things. I probably don't need to go too deep into that, so we'll leave it there for now. Prestige is much like gold, will tick either up or down, hopefully up every month. Prestige is basically kind of like your secular influence, kind of. There are a lot of decisions that you can take that involve spending prestige. Declaring most wars, for instance, costs a certain amount of prestige because you are using your secular clout basically to push for war. I think is kind of the justification. But we get a certain amount of prestige every month based on various different factors. It looks like our diplomacy is not very good. Is that true? Oh my god. Oh, we have a 2 diplomacy. Oh my god. And a 0 martial. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. And we're cowardly, craven. And we're deceit. Good God. And we're a torturer. You've got to be kidding me. Well, we've got our work cut out for us. At least we have a whopping 17 intrigue. We're going to be leaning all the way into that. At least I'm not shy. Yes. At least I'm not shy. At least I'm not paranoid. Okay. Well, let me just catch my breath for a moment after realizing that we have a 2 diplomacy. Holy Christ. Here I was worried about our son being worthless, and we've got a 2 diplomacy. You've got to be. Okay, well, whatever. Piety is very similar to prestige, except as you might expect, it is your clout in terms of faith. So whereas most wars, for instance, will cost prestige to declare, piety, you need to declare holy wars. And, there's other stuff that you need piety for as well. But yeah, I think holy wars will probably be the main thing we will need it for. If you're Catholic, you can actually, can we ask, oh my God. Hold on, the ecumenical patriarch is Manuel's marshal. Okay. So basically our pope, the ecumenical patriarch is our pope, basically the Orthodox pope. He is also the marshal the Basileus is marshal. So basically the emperor's like general is the Pope. Incredible. Oh, we can ask for gold. Okay, so yeah, this is probably what we'll mostly use piety for. When you have a spiritual head of faith, you can request gold from them, but it costs piety, and they kind of have to like you also. So that's probably what we'll mainly be using piety for. Influence is a new resource that operates much the same. We get 8 influence, 8.8. That's actually that feels really good. Is that from landed house members 2? Allied. Oh wait, we're not the house. Oh wait, we're the same house as Ioannis. Wait, no, we're not. Wait, what does that even mean? Oh, okay, I understand now. I think we're allied with another house head, and because of that, we get influence. Oh, do we already have? Oh, we have 2 good alliances. Oh, never mind. This guy sucks. Who the hell are you? You're nobody. Okay, never mind. You're nobody. We're allied with 1 governor, strategos, and 1 total nobody. Okay. I guess it's still worth being allied to him just for the extra influence, but still. So influence is a new resource. So whereas both prestige and piety are kind of like realm agnostic, influence is specifically influence within the bureaucracy of an administrative realm. So this is new to this DLC. It seems like it operates along a very similar kind of like axis as piety and prestige, but is just used for different things. And I don't actually know what all this can be used for, because again, this is new content, so we're just gonna have to figure that out together. And lastly, we have renown, which is a resource that increases the level of splendor of our dynasty, or is it dynasty or house? Yeah, it's dynasty. And you can add dynasty legacies by spending renown. There are other dynasty interactions that require you to spend renown, such as you can disinherit members of your dynasty using renown, stuff like that. But mostly we'll be just saving this up for dynasty legacies, which we'll get to later, because it's something that doesn't really come up that often. Before I get to these last 2 things, one thing that is worth noting that you might have already noticed is that in addition to just the raw like number here, we also have these like progress towards thingies down here, meters, and that is because in addition to just the number that you have, you also have like a level of fame for prestige, level of devotion for piety, level of influence for influence, and we already kind of touched on level of splendor. Basically, every time you gain, let's just use prestige as an example. Thanks for the follow, Nerd Slayer. Every time you gain, for instance, 1 prestige, you also gain 1 point of fame, which takes you closer to your next level of fame. The difference between prestige and fame is that you can spend prestige on stuff without spending your fame. So once you've gained the point of fame corresponding to that 1 point of prestige gained, you just have that in the bank. You don't have to worry about it anymore. If we look under these little tooltips, so we are currently established, which has no effects. But as soon as we get to distinguished, secular opinion, so that's all secular rulers, which is basically anyone except for like a pope, for instance, or a prince bishop, whatever. Everyone's opinion of us goes up by 5 points. That's pretty good. And we also can have another knight in our retinue. Likewise, as you might imagine, clergy opinion goes up with faithful. Actually, it's worth. What do we get for going up the ranks in your initial political scheme success chance? Okay, interesting. But yeah, you just get little bonuses the higher you go up in the ranks of these. These will all, our level of fame, devotion, and influence will all reset when we inherit. So when our current ruler dies and we transfer to the primary heir of that character, these will all get reset. Dynasty splendor does not, as you might imagine, because you will be of the same dynasty and therefore you share the same dynasty splendor. So there you go. These are our soldiers. Okay, we have one knight. I'm going to have to look up how to pronounce that. We'll just call them knights for now. 800 levies, 100. What are these? Skirmishers. Okay. CK3. They counter heavy infantry. They're good in mountains and hills, forests, and wetlands. Okay, interesting. We might want to build this up a little bit. Dynasty Splendor band name, hell yeah. This is our domain holding. So we currently have 3 out of, so, you know, there's sort of a soft limit on how many individual holdings, and let's zoom all the way in here. So like this outlined area here is a single, well, okay, technically this is a county. We personally hold one holding, Nicopolis, in this county. So this counts as one of our domain holdings. If we also have a city here, which is held by Mayor Kyrillos. This handsome fella here, this fine specimen right here. If we built either temple or city holdings in these 2 remaining slots, then this would not increase our domain holdings. However, if we built another castle holding like this one, we could hold that personally, in which case, oh shit. We have Murex fisheries here. Interesting. This is a new holding type. Sorry, I got distracted again. We could also hand off the castle holding to another vassal to reduce our domain holdings. But that's just kind of like one of the finer points of domain management in CK3. You can never hold city holdings personally, because those are Republican holdings, and those have to be handed off to Republican vassals. If your faith has the temple holding, so we have theocratic, but if you had temporal temple holdings, we could also technically hold temple holdings. We got to have a temple around here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. We could also hold these temple holdings ourselves, or we could again hand those off to vassals. So it's a little bit more flexible if you have that doctrine or whatever. But for us, we can only hold. Ooh, look at this style is this is a new like art asset for this DLC. I think the stripes on the walls there. That's cool. But yeah, right now, okay, so we hold, what do we hold? We hold that guy and this little island over here. This little pipsqueak over here. Valerios. Temple Holdings band name. Start charging for these. You know, if you create a band name based on Crusader Kings 3 content, the only payment that I request is that you give CK3 a shout out, and demand, if there are any Paradox devs in the audience, that they implement merchant republics, because that's what I want. Why does our bishop not like us? What's your deal, dude? Oh, because he's friggin' honest. He's a goody two-shoes, that's why. Swear to God. Okay, so that's domain. I like I said, this is a soft limit. You can hold more than like 3. I could have 4 right now, but you take pretty big penalties to like taxes and levies and stuff, because the idea is you're overextending yourself. You know, that's a lot of paperwork, and for a pea-brains guy like me who, oh my God, 5 stewardship. You guys, oh my God, for a guy like me who can barely put 1 and 1 together, managing 4 domain holdings is just it's too much. It's too much. And so we've had to. These are all admin. Tour Marches. We've got 3 vassals here, each of whom hold 1. I like the headwear. Each of whom hold 1 Paradox doves. Oh, she's already helping me. Yeah. Oh my God. Thanks, honey. Oh my God, dude. I gotta stop looking at my family because it's just depressing me at this point. Oh, what do we got here? Mount Athos. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, let's look at the new art assets for Constantinople. Look at that beauty. Oh my God, the Emperor hates us. He really dislikes us. That's not good. Okay. We're gonna power through. We're gonna ignore all the terrible things that are happening, and we're just gonna power through. Next up, let's talk about. So this is the Legends pane over here. For the most part, if you're just starting out, I wouldn't worry about this too much. Much more important are going to be your culture. So this will tell you, for the most part, this is not something that you're going to need to worry about too much. But sometimes it is worth. I think at the beginning of a run, it is worth just looking at your culture and figuring out if there are anything that you're particularly good at or bad at, because that can help you kind of lean into some of that stuff. So let's see what we got here. Another thing that's worth noting is I'm pretty sure all of this Greek stuff is new. No, I think religious patronage. Maybe this is also new. Unless consolidate rule was always a thing. I think this is, maybe they just added, I thought this was an existing one, but maybe they added this line to it. I don't know. These other 4 are all new, so let's just go through these together. Imperial Tagmata. We get a bunch of specialized men-at-arms. Frontier admin governorship may borrow the title men-at-arms of non-frontier neighbors. That's interesting. Knight effectiveness negative 25%. Okay, so that is interesting. Knights are not going to play as big of a part in our military strength as they usually would. Men-at-arms counter efficiency is plus 10% though. size of title man-at-arms ridden, +1 size of heavy cavalry. Okay. So we might want to lean into heavy cavalry, which, do we have a... Oh, interesting. I don't think we have a... Oh, yes, we do. Cataphracts. Okay, yeah. Holy fuck. That is a very powerful men-at-arms type of men-at-arms. Okay, we're going to want to get those as soon as possible. They're probably going to be eye-wateringly expensive, but still. Roman ceremonies hold decision to hold a triumph, may host the chariot race activity, and hire both... Can we actually... I thought that... Okay, I thought I saw somewhere that is... Yeah, I think that hosting a chariot race is something only the emperor can do. Okay. And a bookmaker, children born to a ruler holding the Byzantine Empire may gain the born in the purple trait. Right, yeah. I think that was already a thing. Having the born in the purple trait increases the character's candidate score for under acclamation succession. Yes, okay. Administrative empires may enter into duumvirates, voluntarily sharing power with another character for powerful bonuses. Interesting. So yeah, that means that we can... Oh, he already has a co-emperor. Okay. Who is his son? I'm assuming, yeah, his son. Okay. Who is 9 years old. And he's already betrothed. Who's he betrothed to? Princess Wait, he's allied to France? No, he's not. Huh. How is he married to Princess of France? Maybe they'll negotiate that in a second. How powerful is France? Very, very powerful is the answer to that question. Okay. Well, we're not going toe to toe with the Byzantine Emperor anytime soon. That's for sure. We're loyal. Remember, everyone, we are loyal vassals. We are very loyal vassals, and anyone who says otherwise is just trying to slander us. So let's all just be loyal. Everything's cool. Nobody do anything silly. Okay, Greek counties -10. Popular opinion. Why? I guess the common folks don't like all of this Roman ceremony. The emperors of the past have bestowed this culture with lingering grandeur, spectacular rites, and awe for the imperial office and a public life rich with unrest. Okay, sure. Palace politics. We can recruit Varangian Guard men-at-arms when holding the Empire title. Okay, yeah. And the Varangian Guard have been founded. Or Varangian? I think it's Varangian. If you don't know what the Varangian Guard is, basically there's kind of an interesting part of Byzantine and Norse history, actually. So you're probably familiar with Vikings. Ever heard of them? So you probably think of Vikings as terrorizing England and Northern Europe quite a bit for a few hundred years there, which they did. You're not wrong if you think that. You're actually quite right. Yeah. Sicily is still ruled by a Norman. Okay. Interesting. Something you might not be aware of is that southern Italy was conquered by Normans, aka Northmen, aka Norse conquerors for a long time. And another thing you might not be aware of is that you see all these rivers through here. Norsemen used all these rivers to travel all the way through Eastern Europe into the Black Sea. And so there were Norsemen who were in very close communication with the Byzantine Empire for like a long time. And one of the interesting kind of products of that was I don't know how long this lasted, but for a while there was like a what was called the Varangian Guard, because it was formed of Varangians, which is another word for Norsemen, or it might be like a subgroup of Norsemen. I don't actually know. But they were basically a Praetorian Guard for the Byzantine Emperor for a while there, which is I feel like you don't normally think of Norse folks being in contact with the Byzantine Empire or the Greeks, but like there's a long history there. All through Eastern Europe, there's a lot of history as far as like what effect the Norse had on all these cultures in here. But yeah, if you see Varangian Guard or Varangian anything anywhere, that's what that means basically. Can appoint the Akaluthos, which is what? Head of the guard, okay. We're a long way off from caring about that, so we're just gonna, rulers can blind prisoners, rulers can castrate prisoners, the eunuch and beardless eunuch traits gain additional skills, aptitude, and influence. Interesting. Can appoint a chief eunuch court position. It's not gonna tell us what that does, okay. Can use the castrate kin interaction. Fascinating. What an interesting series of words. The ambitious trait is more common. That is also interesting. Crucially, crucially, ambitious is an interesting trait because most traits that give you like opinion modifiers on other characters, like patient, for instance. If you are a patient character, usually you like other patient people more. And there's like sometimes an opposing trait that you dislike. So patient characters like other patient characters, and they dislike impatient characters. All that makes sense. Ambitious is interesting because it gives you a negative opinion of other ambitious characters. Because if you're ambitious, the last thing you want is to be going head to head with another ambitious person, right? You want everyone to get the hell out of the way. So having a cultural trait that makes ambitious more common means that we're probably going to be in a position where lots of people in this empire just don't like each other because they're all jockeying for the same shit, basically. Physically disfigured and infertile claimants cannot press their claims against rulers of this culture. So this is basically why we have more options to mutilate people, because in Byzantine culture, in case you're not aware, Roman culture, Byzantine culture, whatever you want to call it, is terrible. It's awful. It's very, very, these are not good people, in case that needs to be made clear. These are not good people. The reason it's important that we can blind prisoners or castrate them is because once you do that to someone, they're not eligible to rule anymore, really, because of just how they're perceived in this culture. Someone who has a physical disability is viewed as somehow, not whole, and they are not allowed to rule anymore. And that, boy, there's a lot to say about that, but yeah, that's how this all ties together. Oh shit! I'm sorry, Sawyer. I should have led with these are bad people. I don't know. It just slipped my mind until now. Until we were literally talking about how if you have even a minor disability or relatively minor disability, you're just not considered a whole and complete person anymore. Improves the withdraw from view. Oh, countermeasure. Oh, so this is a new. Yes. Okay. This is a new intrigue thing. We'll get to this. We'll get to this because that is that's a whole new thing. Okay. Loyal. Okay, hold on. Loyal, deceitful, ambitious, arbitrary, and paranoid characters gain additional monthly influence. Interesting. Shy, trusting, maimed, one-eyed, one-legged, and disfigured characters have reduced monthly influence. That makes sense. Okay. Paranoid. I mean, that is interesting. Oh, they buffed paranoid a little bit. That makes sense. Improves all countermeasures. Okay. Paranoid is arguably the worst trait in the entire game because not only does it make a lot of things stressful to you, and we'll get to stress in a second, but not only does it make a lot of things stressful to you, it also gives you this plus 100% stress gain modifier. So like even things that like anything that used to be stressful becomes 100 twice again as stressful as it used to be for a normal person. And then on top of that, there are a whole slate of new things that become stressful for you. So if you're paranoid in this game, you are basically constantly on the precipice of total mental breakdown. Me when my anxiety is particularly bad. Oh, they buffed paranoia. Yeah, exactly. Was that it? All Greek characters, personal scheme, phase length 10 days faster. Political, so yeah, we scheme faster. And court grandeur change plus 20%. Powerful eunuchs and silk-robed sycophants man a vast political apparatus, impressing with fineries, flattery, and honors, and plotting viciously in the name of advancement. Yep, that sounds about right. Okay. Cultivated sophistication, the convert to local culture decision, causes stress and is avoided by rulers. Okay. Other culture rulers are more likely to hybridize. Okay. Constructing or upgrading estate buildings provides a plus 20 development growth. Interesting. Okay, that's a lot. Administrative noble family house heads may use the adopt house member interaction. Oh, okay, we can adopt. I assume that means like, as in adopt a child into your family. All Greek characters, monthly influence, yeah, okay, plus 10%. Diplomatic range, plus 20%. Interesting. Cultural fascination, minus 10%. Okay, fine. And then what was this one? Piety from temple holding, construction, renown when constructing and upgrading temple holdings. That's cool. Consolidate rule, okay, great. And piety from buildings, okay. All right, and where are we? So we're in the high medieval age. And we have everything from all the past ages. How long until late 1200? Oh, we're almost there. Okay. And yeah, we do not have control of our culture because Basilius Manuel is obviously controls more Greek. So cultural head is whoever controls the most counties of that culture in their realm. So not just their personal domain, but their entire realm. And obviously the emperor is going to have the most at any given time. If at any point someone wants to be in a hardcore band named Consolidate Rule, you know where to find me. I hope you're writing these down, Britt. Oh, we don't have windmills? Do we have cranes, or is that late? No, that's late. Okay. We don't have banking. We don't have guilds. This one doesn't matter. We don't have knighthood either. Okay, what do we do have trebuchets? Okay. Can you? Okay, we do have divine right. The de jure Cassis Belli is very good. We won't need that right now, but eventually. perhaps sooner than later. Okay, so that's culture. Whoa, why is our fervor so low? Okay, well, whatever. This is our faith. Currently, the only holy site we control is Constantinople, so we are getting cultural fascination progress plus 15%, which is pretty good. We have communion. Okay, so we can seek indulgences. Spiritual head of faith can... Oh, this is why deceitful is a sin. Okay. Spiritual head of faith can excommunicate. What may not be totally clear from this sentence is that we can request that our head of faith excommunicate someone. So this is actually going to be kind of a problem for us because we're more on the sinful side of things. It's possible we need to make sure that people are more or less like chill with us, because it is possible that someone will try to have us excommunicated because we have a sinful trait. We might want to plan a pilgrimage sooner rather than later to build up some piety and try to avoid that. Okay. Monasticism, courtiers can take the vows and become a monk. Makes temperate a virtue, gluttonous a sin, sure, whatever. Pentarchy, this one is really, this one is going to pay off for us big time during the mid game. So Pentarchy gives us +1 yearly fervor per holy site held. Right now, that's only 1. However, pretty quickly, why do I keep doing that? We've got 3 holy sites right here: Antioch, Jerusalem, Alexandria. Once we control the empire, we're going to sweep through the Levant and Egypt and gobble up all these holy sites. And then we are going to be cranking out 4 fervor per year. And that's important. That's important because fighting holy wars costs fervor, and usually fervor is restored very, very slowly. But with only a few more holy sites, we will be able to easily replenish all the fervor we need with this. So we're going to charge through this whole region here, and then we'll have more than enough fervor to just blast through the rest of North Africa. So that'll be fun. Characters of this faith gain an additional bonus upon the successful completion of a pilgrimage. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, again, we should probably do a pilgrimage sooner rather than later. Our holy sites are more than just sacred places. They are the very seats of power from which our religious leaders rule. If you're not familiar with the term pentarchy, I already mentioned how intertwined early Christian orthodoxy or proto-orthodoxy was with the Roman Empire. One of the kind of structures, I guess you could call it, that the Roman Empire imposed upon the early Christian church was the pentarchy. So basically the idea was that there were going to be 5 holy sees, the Vatican and Rome, Constantinople, Antioch, Jerusalem, and Alexandria, and that basically those 5 bishops were going to be like the heads of this, proto-orthodox Christianity, and that like the idea of this was to avoid schisms. It was a structure that was intended to resolve doctrinal debates and stuff like that. Like the idea was these 5 guys are going to agree whenever there's a debate. These 5 guys are going to agree or going to come up with some compromise or agreement, and everyone else is going to get in line. And that way we are going to avoid major schisms. Now, the problem with this started with the Coptic Church of kind of breaking off. I forget exactly what caused this. God damn it, Stephen. I forget what the issue was, but basically there was a doctrinal debate that the Coptic Church just did not want to get in line with the other members of the Pentarchy, and so they broke off. So that takes Alexandria out of the Pentarchy. Then you get the rise of Islam, which they pretty quickly gobble up Jerusalem and Antioch. So that's 2 more members of the Pentarchy just out of, completely out of the running. That leaves our Constantinople, the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople, and our old buddy, our old friend, the Bishop of Rome, as the only remaining members of the Pentarchy. And the rest is history. Basically, the Bishop of Rome always, the office of the Bishop of Rome always saw itself as numero uno in the Pentarchy, and that became a really big problem eventually, because obviously, the Bishop of Constantinople is basically next door neighbors with the emperor, who is like the strongest temporal ruler, and that gave him a lot of clout. And eventually the Bishop of Rome got really fed up with that, and tensions rose, and eventually they mutually excommunicated one another. And we call that today the Great Schism. So that's the Pentarchy. We are male dominated, of course. I don't see any problem with that. Righteous, theocratic, and ecumenism. Witchcraft is criminal. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Everything else, okay. We do not currently have any dynasty legacies, so nothing to talk about there. Let's take a closer look at Andronicus of Epirus here. He's a 45-year-old guy, greedy, craven, deceitful. So something to note about sinful traits. So I guess something to say about traits in general is that when a trait is sinful, every religion has a different set of sinful traits. So most of these personality traits, they might have good things and bad things, but on the whole, they're mostly good. Some are worse than others. Paranoid, for instance, is pretty bad, but even paranoid has some benefits. And it's really only when something is sinful, it's sinful to a specific religion for a specific reason. And this is kind of like an adjunct quality on top of deceitful. So deceitful is not itself inherently sinful. It's only sinful to Orthodox and some other religions for specific reasons. Witchcraft criminal. But yeah, it being sinful is kind of a hassle. I'll be honest, I would rather we weren't deceitful, just because being sinful, and crucially, everyone knows we're deceitful. This is not a secret. That's why we have a penalty applied to us for this. But there is something else to note about this, is because this is sinful, there is a small chance that if we go on a pious pilgrimage and we get to a certain level of like piety on that pilgrimage, we will be given the opportunity to change our lion ways and take a different, it'll probably be honest, because honest is like the opposite of deceitful. It'll probably be honest. We will be given potentially an opportunity to change our lion ways and not be sinful anymore. Is honest one of the... No, honest will not hurt us here. Okay, good. And I think that would be good for us overall. We will... I mean, that intrigue +4 is really good, and that influence +20 or 0.25 is also pretty good. Let's take advantage of this while we have it, and if we're given the opportunity to change, to grow and change as a person, we will take it. How about that? What does torture even get? Prowess +4. Why are we a torturer? I don't want that. I don't want that. Oh, look at this headdress. I'm loving some of the headgear. I'm pretty sure all like this, I think, is a new asset. I really like that. Okay. Let's just take a peek at our... Oh my god, he's craven too. God, you've got to be... Hold on, no. He's lazy, craven, and ambitious. We are going to be taking stress left, right, and center with this goddamn boy. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna we're gonna roll with it. This mess of a family. Our other son is also my craven adult son. Oh my god, lazy and ambitious is a terrible, terrible combination. Because he's constantly he's constantly going to be wanting to do stuff in order to chase his ambitions, but his laziness is going to be stressing him out from doing ambitious things. But if we do the lazy thing, we're going to be taking stress because we're ambitious. You see what I mean? We're going to be taking so much stress. Okay. Stress is I've been talking so much about stress that we need to just cover what that is. So you have a little stress meter down here. There are 3 levels of stress. You can take so every 100 points of stress corresponds to another level of stress. Neurodivergent icon, yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, there are traits that, or perks that give you bonuses for being insanely stressed. So we actually have one right now, which is thriving in chaos. So every stress level, we get +4 martial, +4 intrigue, and +6 prowess, which is nothing, which is good. That's pretty good. That's a lot. Even just stress level 1, that's pretty good. But stress level 2, we're talking some pretty big bonuses. I forget. I think there's at least one more. Here we go. Golden aplomb. Monthly income per stress level +10%. Yeah, so there's a couple perks in here, and we'll get to the perk tree in a second, but there's a couple perks in there that give you pretty significant bonuses based on your stress level. So if you're willing to ride the line, the problem with doing that though is that I'm pretty sure if you are at too high a stress level for too long, I think you just have a stroke and die. That's never happened to me before, but one of my characters. But I've seen really stressed out NPC characters just drop dead for no apparent reason. And so I think that is a possible thing that can happen if you are too stressed out for too long. So we'll see. Okay. Where do we want to go now? Let's jump into the perk tree. So every character has a lifestyle. You based on your childhood education will have a learning lifestyle trait. So ours is flamboyant trickster. This gives us a bonus, but it also gives us a percent bonus to a certain lifestyle experience. See you, Steven. I'll put all this on YouTube later, so you can catch it if you want. But yeah, so we are educated in the ways of intrigue, which means that it'll point this out to you in this menu as well. But which means that we are especially good at learning how to do intrigue stuff. Why? Okay. So we are going to want to do schemer, because schemer is kind of by far the best tree in the intrigue lifestyle. I wonder if there are any new political scheme potential. Okay, so political schemes is a completely new scheme type. So challenge chat, depose, expand power base. Interesting. Investment capacity. No idea what that is. Generate claim. A claim on a governorship. Oh, okay. Promote or slander. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of this stuff has been reworked for the intrigue updates, or the scheme updates rather. Schemes used to be abduct. Hell yeah. Schemes used to. Oh, this gives you an extra political scheme. Also, this used to only give you +1 hostile scheme. So hostile schemes are like murder or abduct. Yeah, it actually lists abduct, claim, throne, fabricate, hook. So you could only be trying to murder one person at a time. But if you're twice schemed, you could be murdering 2 people at a time. Twice as much murder. But it also gives you +1 political scheme simultaneously. That's really good. Phase like that's very good also. Yeah, we're definitely going to, okay, what are the agent acceptance +10, intrigue +3, scheme secrecy 15, temptation, don't care, intimidation, don't care. Yeah, so skullduggery. Seduce. This 45, this 45-year-old man wants to be seducing people. That's what he's doing over here. He's trying to become a seducer. Dude, give it up. Okay, yeah, we're gonna become a diehard schemer. Do we have anything? No. Okay. So those are personal artifacts. We don't have any right now, which is not too much of a surprise. Look at that. So this is a new window. This is the Angelos estate. So this is the estate of all of our dynasty, basically. And the reason they added this, the reason Paradox added this, is because it is totally possible in an admin realm to not have any land to yourself. Like we're a governor, but like, actually we have a perfect example of this. Excuse me. This guy right here, this is a guy who I said was a nobody before. This is not a landed noble. That's why he has one knight, and that's his entire military. His only title is his family title. He has claims and stuff, but he doesn't have any like land on the map. But he still has a family estate. So this is his estate. And the estates give you something to work on because control over land is so much more malleable or like fluid in an admin realm. They wanted to give you something that you would still have control over, even if the empire or the emperor basically took your governorship away for whatever reason. You still have your estate that you can play around with. That's like actually yours. So this is our estate. We have a level 3 mansion with a courier's office. Oh my god. There's a lot to play around with in here. A bath. Oh, we have a prison. Don't worry. We do have a place to store the people who we are torturing because we're a torturer. So don't worry about that. We can just put them in the prison. So happy we have that. Oh, we have we have a vineyard. Influence gained from wine room building. Okay. Dude, wait, we don't have that though, do we? No, we have... Okay. Can we build one? We have open slots over here. 75 gold, we can build a wine room. Okay, we might want to do that at some point. Hay barracks. Okay. We have magnificent horses. I love that. Army movement speed. What does this give us? Yeah, okay. Expansive grain fields. Okay, we're making money. We're getting development. Excellent. Okay, we have one more open slot. I think to unlock these slots, we have to continue upgrading the mansion, which costs a lot of money. Okay. A lot of money. All right. We could build a shrine. What is this? Request clergy support interaction. Okay. Oh God. Yeah, I like this concept. This is another thing that makes me feel like they definitely have merchant republics on the roadmap somewhere, because this whole concept feels like it could easily be repurposed to, like for instance, let's just back out of this for a second. If I'm Venice, right, and I want to build like trading posts all throughout, like, you know, the Ionian and the Mediterranean and all that, you know, you're not like, you don't control the holding, probably. In my mind, this is how it would work. You don't control the holding. So you're not, this is the normal like holding view where it's like, okay, we have a level 2 city. Here are the buildings in that city. Here's the holder of that holding, blah, 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 whatever. If I'm running a merchant republic and I'm building like trading posts, it's not that I control this holding. I'm not like leasing out the holding necessarily. I just have a trading post as like an adjunct kind of thing attached to this holding. And I think it ends up looking like this, where it's like, okay, here's this holding, but then there's this other thing attached to it, which is currently it's just an estate, but like you can imagine how this could be like, this could be anything, right? And it's like little things like that that make me think that that's probably somewhere on the roadmap. While I'm off on this little tangent about things that could potentially be on the roadmap, this is why people think that there's going to eventually be a China expansion, because you see how like every other side of the map is like just like a straight line across, but then this far side of the map is like this kind of weird like cutoff. This is why people think there's going to be a China expansion, because it's like, well, look at this thing that's like off on the side over here, and it's all a weird line, and they're obviously going to like expand it into like, you know, they wouldn't make it like this. And boy, as much as I would love to believe, I want to believe there's going to be a China expansion. I just feel like it would be such a big commitment. I don't know. And especially when they haven't even filled out India with content. If they get around to filling up India with custom content, I feel like my heart will open to the possibility that they're going to expand the map to cover China. But until then, it just feels like such a remote possibility. Yeah, so this is like the key thing that people talk about when they talk about like the mythical China expansion. In my opinion, if I'm wildly speculating, if I may wildly speculate for one moment, my guess as to what upcoming expansion content would be. So this is chapter 3, I think. Is that right? Am I making that up? Hold on. Whoops. This is chapter 3, right? Yeah, chapter 3. So this is like the final. Oh no, it's not actually the final DLC. There's one more DLC in chapter 3, which is Wandering Nobles. But this is kind of like the capstone of chapter 3. If I'm wildly speculating about what chapter 4 might look like, I would guess that it's going to have something to do with religion and crusades. They've already kind of hinted in some dev diaries that they think that crusades need a little bit of work, and I would guess that religion as a whole kind of like factors into that somehow. The one difference is that there's nothing to the west of the edge of the map, and there is to the east. Yeah. Well, I mean, like the thing that I contrast with that is like, there's also more. There's also more to the south. There's a whole bunch of Africa down there. If you're going to expand to either the east or south, it makes more sense to expand to the east, because like the cultural gravity of China is just so massive during this time period, but also today. Like it makes it like, if you're in order to fill out where the big pieces of history are happening, which is not to say that nothing has ever happened in Africa, obviously, but like, it makes more sense to cover the history of China because of just how things have played out across history. You know what I mean? One of the consequences of colonialism is just that like fewer things that happened in Africa echo forward through time, because all those civilizations got destroyed. So, whereas China continues to echo through history because it's still a powerful, nation and powerful culture and all that kind of stuff. So it makes sense to add China to the map, but also just because obviously China is a huge market, you know what I mean? So, you know, you can add China to the map and be like, hey, Chinese gamers, we just added China to the map, and here's a bunch of story content. So yeah, yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah, chapter 4. I wouldn't be surprised. So culture's already kind of got a facelift during tours and tournaments. That's where divergent and hybrid cultures, the mechanics for all that kind of came from. It's not a huge change. I would also love to see them add a little bit more complexity to cultures, because it's kind of a I get that it's not what the game is about, you know, but like there's a degree to which like you know, a given county is only of a single culture. You know, so all these Greek cultures in here, or Greek counties rather, these are only Greek. You know, there's no like 90% Greek, you know, 20% Turk, blah blah blah. Even these ones that look like they're hashed, all this means is that the county is Greek, but the top liege is Turkmen. The county itself is still just Greek. So there's no like cultural mixing or anything like that at the county level, which I would love to see. I would love to see a little bit more depth on that. Then again, like I said, I get that that's not really what the game is about. So it wouldn't blow my mind if they just didn't really get around to that anytime soon. But another thing, like just on the topic of religions, the reason that I went on that little tangent is like the way religion spreads in this game is like really it just kind of doesn't is the thing. Like to get the only way religion spreads in this game at all is if an unreformed religion borders on an organized religion. There's a small percentage that under certain circumstances, sometimes it'll just happen on its own, but also under certain circumstances they'll just do it on their own. They might convert to the neighboring organized religion, and that is really kind of the only way that religions spread at all, except through outright conquest, which is just not like, not only is it not really, you know, historical, it's also just not really interesting in my opinion. Like the way again, on the one hand, like the way religions spread is like so complex that like it's almost like unquantifiable. Like why did Christianity spread like wildfire where other religions of its time kind of didn't? You know, that's a question for the ages. Like no one has a really solid answer for that. So I get why the video game developer Paradox would not want to, you know, would not want to try to quantify how that might happen, because it's like fundamentally kind of an impossible, it's a question that not even, you know, leading academics really have a solid answer for. So I get why they would not want to put their money down on one side of any particular academic debate. At the same time, I would like them to, because I selfishly just think it would be really interesting to see a model of how a religion spreads during this time. Unlocks the manipulate grain market decision. Scales with grain field building. Oh wait, don't we already have a grain field? Yes, we do. Okay, interesting. All of that said, I do think that they will do something with religion and crusades in, if not chapter 4, then probably at some point in the next couple big DLCs, just because they themselves have expressed a level of like dissatisfaction with the way that crusades work in the game as they do now. A plague resistance, interesting. Fixing bread prices, yeah. Oh, commission silk regalia. I like the sound of that. Okay, so we already have grain fields. If we built a, what was that? What was I looking at? Was that wasn't pastures, was it? Oh my God, what is this? Oh. Wait, cost of a state type of grain fields. Okay, so pastures will make grain fields cheaper. What was I looking at? I was not paying attention. Oh, it was this one. If we get to level 4 large granary, it unlocks the manipulate grain market decision, which scales with estate location, don't know what that means, but also grain field building, which we already have. Interesting. So we sort of want barns, or whatever those are called, storehouses, storage barn, and we sort of also want pastures to make grain fields cheaper so that we can manipulate the grain market. And then we also have vineyards, which mean we also sort of want a wine room. What does this give us? Wine selection activity. Okay, so this will improve our feast activity. Very, very good. Very cool. Influence gained from wine room building. Interesting. Not quite sure what that means. Okay. Do we really care? Oh, I guess we can. Okay, so let's leave this alone for now. Okay, there's a lot to do. Sorry, I was more narrating my, wild speculation on future DLC than all the different things inside there, but there was a lot going on in there. Inside of our domicile. Oh, wait. Oh, I have enough renown to pick a dynasty legacy. Oh, okay. All of these except for this one. So this is a new legacy. So basically, just to explain what we're looking at here, your dynasty legacies are bonuses that everyone in your dynasty gains access to, which means that all of our heirs and everyone in our family gets access to it. But it also means that potentially people who we especially in an admin realm, I'm not sure if we'll always be friends with our dynasty members. So potentially we will also be giving our political rivals these same bonuses as well, which is something to keep in mind here. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, these bureaucracy ones, even this first one, monthly influence plus 10% governor efficiency. This is, yeah, we're just going to take that. Ooh, these notifications got a facelift, so that's I like how they look now. Okay, what else we got? Advice. Admin government. You are in an administrative government. It consists of governors who manage and preside land for their top liege, even though they don't actually own that land themselves. The skills of a governor and their rank in the governor trait, which for us is called strategos, I believe. Yeah. Will determine their governor efficiency, which measures how many levies and taxes they'll be able to collect for their top liege. To continue, open administrative view, government view, highlighted. There we go. Okay. This is the administrative government overview, where you can inspect all the provinces present within the top realm, either by clicking them on the map or in the right side view. A governor can only hold one province. A governor can only hold one province, meaning they will have to distribute governorships across their houses. Since governors do not own the land within their assigned province, they will need to secure their positions through schemes and political action. Generally, a top liege should aim to ensure that provinces are held by governors with high governor efficiency. Sure, okay. Hold on, what is this? In the bud. All across the realm, the power of a new family appears to be taking root. Like a weed, they have spread their influence to all corners of our society, and scarcely a day goes by when one can avoid hearing the name Kamitzes. It cannot be denied that this family has blossomed into one of the greatest in the realm, and my family now look to me for guidance on how we should approach this new power. Look at this guy. Constantinos II of Thessalonica. Oh, okay. Ooh, okay. He's actually pretty strong. Oh, he's holding way too much. See, this is what happens when you hold too much domain personally. Oh, he's vengeful too. Vengeful but compassionate and humble. What a combo. Wow. And a 4-star strategist. Yikes. Okay. Well, I think we should be friends. We can stifle them, which is a combined intrigue and stewardship challenge. 64% becomes rival, but we steal 100 influence from him. I do not want to be rivals with him, though. Diplomacy, we can be friends. There's a 43% chance. But we give him influence. Simply avoid. He would be a really good ally, potentially. Um, 43% chance. Let's roll it. Not impressed. Okay, well, you know, sometimes it do be that way. Okay. Inspect a province. See ya, Brit. Oh, okay. The Aegean. You are now viewing detailed information about a single province. Provinces can be of different tiers and have obligations connected to them, granting various vassal benefits. Below the province information, you can see what resources the province is generating for its top liege. Interesting. Okay. These numbers are closely connected to how well the governor is managing the land. Gotcha. Succession and influence. The succession of a province in administrative government is determined by an election where you spend influence to increase the succession score of a candidate. If you are looking to expand your power within the realm, you want to ensure members of your house hold governorships within several provinces or even the top realm title itself. Yeah, no shit. Okay. Influence candidacy. Okay. Now, can we just slot anybody in there? Or hold on. Each province is governed by a family. You can see. Paradox, if you're watching, I found a localization issue. You can see the house coat of arms displayed in the corner of each province, and whether or not you have a candidate within your house in the line of succession. Oh, no valid candidate. Well, what would that look like? Hey, hold on. Coat of arms displayed in the corner of each province. Yeah, that's that. Okay. Whether or not you have a candidate within your house. Okay. I don't think we. Oh, this is ours. Okay. Yeah, sure. So that, okay. That's what it'll look like, I guess, if this little green guy right there, if we've got somebody in line. As your house acquires more titles, you'll become more prominent, potentially becoming a powerful family. Are we not a powerful family? Yeah, we are. Look at that. A powerful family is an influential house in the administrative government. The family of the top liege is always considered powerful, no matter their family rating. Okay. In addition to this, there can be 5 other powerful families. While any house can set a family attribute, it is only in effect if its associated family is considered powerful. Gotcha. Oh, and our family attribute is army commanders. Is that wise? Do we need this? I feel like we're not really in a position to get into a lot of... We're not trying to scrap, are we? We're not fighters, we're lovers. I feel strongly about that. Estates. An estate is a type of domicile which represents a private land holding not tied to any particular landed titles. Yeah. In an admin government, it serves as a base of operations for your family and will be inherited with your house. Gotcha. You can upgrade and construct new estate buildings to increase your influence and political sway, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. On the Road to Power. Hey, that's the name of the DLC. An admin government is all about family, political influence, intrigue, and appointing the right person to the right job. You will make use of influence to improve your standing within the realm while steering members of your dynasty towards positions of power. Scheme against your rivals and undermine their authority through political plotting. The road to power is long and winding, but play your cards right, and you might just be able to navigate it. I understand. Okay. Favorite child. Now you can choose who is your favorite child. This means they will have a higher opinion of you, and when you die, you can choose to continue your legacy as them instead of your heir. Oh. Your favorite child can be chosen from your children, grandchildren, or great-grandchildren as long as they are in your dynasty. Gotcha. Character review. In the character review, find the child you want to designate as your favorite. Right-click on the child to interact and look for the choose favorite child option, or click on the children from your children. That's I understand what they're saying here, but that's very weirdly worded. Remember that choosing your favorite child also means that the other children might have a lower opinion of you. Okay. Now, this won't make them my primary heir, will it? I don't think so. After selecting a favorite child, there will be an icon on their portrait, and even if they are not your heir, it will be possible to continue. Okay, so no, they do not become your primary heir. You're just designating who you want to play as after you die. Okay. Gotcha. God. Okay. Why are they both lazy? Both of my sons are lazy. How did that even happen? I'm not lazy. My wife isn't lazy. Who made them lazy? Actually, she's a 4-star diplomat. Good Lord. 17. Okay, interesting. Who made them lazy? How'd they turn out that way? Ugly. Okay, what else we got here? Petition the Basilius. Look at that. So this is a new asset as well. This is the throne room. Let's just contrast this with Sicily. Let's see Sicily's throne room. So this is an average throne room in Crusader Kings 3. Let's go back to our imperial throne room. Look at that. Beautiful. What does this do? A petition. Oh, it costs 100 influence. We're not doing that. Not right now. Let's get this started. Oh, look at that. Oh, I really like this. I didn't know about this. You actually get to see who you're scheming against now. So before this was just like a little circle with this like rose icon, if you can see that, the icon below the portrait here. So you would have to like click on the, if you these can take a long time, so you might reasonably forget that you're actually who you're actually scheming against, or in this case, like scheming towards, I guess. So I really like the addition of the portrait here that actually reminds you what you're doing. That's really cool. This is another thing that I just really appreciate about Paradox games in general, is like, it feels like they never stop trying to think of new ways to just like, in little ways, like just improve the user, the play experience with just like simple things that just make it more fun and easier to kind of like, why do you, what? But yeah, I really appreciate the attention to detail that they put into stuff. Current amount of alliances, minus 30. Okay, well, fuck off. Okay, what else can we do? My daughter Theodora, 19-year-old Theodora, is ready to marry. She could marry the 48-year-old Count Grigori, but he is dangerously close to the border here. And if we recall, yeah, Giannis 18, damn. 1700, yeah. Well, actually, he's got a decent military as well. Maybe Ioannis won't just go straight for the throat. The reason that this makes me nervous is because if Ioannis, if we marry Theodora to Grigori, we'll be in an alliance with him, and if then Ioannis goes for the throat, like I think he might, because he's right on the border, we'll be called into a war to defend Grigori, and I just don't want to. I don't want to. I can't be bothered. Okay, you've got a comfortable little buffer here. How's Hungary doing? Oh my god, 20k? Oh, but it's all levies. All right. Well, that's not as bad. Oh, 250 armored horsemen, though. Jesus. What about these guys? Do you have a son? Oh, you're Christiani. You do have a son, but he's a tiny little baby. But you also have a bunch of very young sons. I do not want to betroth Theodora to a 5-year-old. 13? Good lord, okay. What about Sicily? You have no children? Are you kidding me? Okay. What else can we do? Oh, 22, okay. Unmarried, unbetrothed. All right, let's see if we can get Theodora hitched to Constantinos here. This seems like a very... Oh my... What? Minus 27. Opinion of the matchmaker, minus 12. Dude, you gotta lighten up. Oh, can I spend influence? That will not get me across the... I like this. You can spend influence to increase acceptance. I really like that. But it only gets us 25. I can send him a gift, perhaps? Or maybe I can't. Wait, what? God, look at all this new... Like, all of this is new. Oh, I cannot send him a gift because I do not have the cash on hand. Okay. Will bolstering his governance... It will give him... Interesting. Okay. 25 opinion. We do have quite a healthy amount of influence right now. Remove obstacles. Ooh. Should we put our intrigue to work here? So I think what I'm reading remove obstacles as like hamstringing his bureaucratic enemies with our intrigue. 93%, which is I love that percentage. And it costs a third of the amount of just throwing influence. Yeah, we can bolster his. So this will give him +4 governor efficiency, plus 25 opinion of us, which is what we really want. And hopefully, this will get us across the line and we can secure that extremely favorable marriage for Theodora and ourselves. Let's do it. Boom. Hell yeah. Yeah, you like me now, don't you? Okay. Arranged marriage, Theodora and Constantinos. And we're still going to have to spend a little bit more influence on that, but that's okay. It's only 60. Yes, let's do this. And then that'll also secure an alliance to Thessalonica for us. Okay. Send proposal. And that's, you know what, folks, that's how you do it. I think we're going to do just fine in this new, administrative intrigue heavy realm of ours. I think we're going to do just fine. Okay, what else do we have on the block here? We can create an accolade. Let's hold off on that for the moment. Let's station our men-at-arms in Ioannina. How much do you cost to increase? 41, not bad. We really want cataphracts. Holy, 260. I mean, they are going to be worth it. They are going to be worth it. Oh, they actually have lower pursuit than regular armored horsemen. That's interesting. So men-at-arms, quick primer on men-at-arms stats here. Attack and toughness are pretty much exactly what you would think they are. Pursuit is an additional stat that not all men-at-arms have. Basically, if you win a fight, just by winning a fight, you don't necessarily like kill every single person you were fighting. Most of the time, the bulk of the fighting force you were in battle with is just routed, and they'll retreat to friendly territory and regroup. Universally, you will have killed a certain percentage of that fighting force, but they'll be back. They'll be back once they've retreated and regrouped. Thanks for the follow, Edgar. We're just playing some CK3 Rose to Power right now. But pursuit, the pursuit stat increases the amount of that fighting force you kill before they're able to disengage. So high pursuit can be really helpful if you're fighting a large army, a large fighting force, and want to reduce the number of times you actually have to engage them to keep them off your back. So 20 is actually really good. How much is... okay, light horseman is actually 30, so we can just supplement our cataphracts with some light horsemen probably and compensate that way. The other stat you'll see here is screen, which reduces the amount of... it's kind of the inverse of pursuit, basically. It reduces the amount of casualties you'll take in the aftermath of a battle. So having high screen will keep you fighting longer, basically. Okay, so what are the other specialized men-at-arms we have? We have toutoi, spearmen. They counter all types of cavalry. They're good in plains and hills and mountains. Okay. The tall scuton shields. These infantry array against the foe is their namesake, yet their chief virtue in battle is discipline, which affords them good order in both advance and retreat, and they have 20 screen. Yeah, so they have roughly the same stats as normal pikemen, but they also have a plains bonus and 20 screen, which is really good. Ballistrae counter spearmen and so they're archers, not siege engines. Okay, interesting. Excuse me. They counter spearmen and heavy infantry. Okay, so interesting. They have a normal attack and toughness, which means they can be used in normal battles. So most siege engines do not have normal men-at-arms stats. They're only used in sieges. You're not using trebuchets in open battle. Okay, so but Ballistrae also have 0.1 siege progress, so they're kind of a hybrid archer and siege weapon. That's very interesting. They don't counter skirmishers, though. But skirmishers are usually the weakest men-at-arms anyway, so I don't know that we need that. Very interesting. I will say, just to back up for a second, there are some people who will tell you that the only thing you need in battle in Crusader Kings 3 is either armored footmen or armored horsemen, whichever, if you have armored horsemen, then it's armored horsemen. If you just have armored footmen, then armored footmen, and maybe and some siege engines as well, for sieges. I don't think that was ever really true. I know that they've tweaked, Paradox has tweaked some of the battle, the mechanics underlying battles in this most recent update. So I think it's especially not true now. I think you pretty much always want a diverse fighting force, just so you have these men-at-arms, the counters, so that you can at least counter your enemy's strongest. At the very least, you want to be able to counter heavy cavalry and heavy infantry, just to reduce your enemy's strongest, generally speaking, strongest fighters. So, you know, usually that's going to mean you need at least 2 additional types of men-at-arms just to counter those. But really, you kind of want, like, you know, you want a bunch of different stuff, just so that men-at-arms counter, the game does kind of a poor job of communicating this to you, but men-at-arms counter can really, really lower an enemy army's effectiveness. And likewise, if you only have 1 or 2 types of men-at-arms and your enemy counters those, you're kind of shit out of luck, because, like, you know, what are you going to do? You have no other, there's no backup, there's no plan B if you only have 1 or 2 types of men-at-arms. So I strongly disagree. Sometimes you'll see people say that you kind of only need heavy cavalry or something, and I disagree. I've also seen people say, like, knights don't matter or something like that. Knights just do matter. I don't know why people think that they don't matter. Again, I think this all comes down to the UI for battles just doesn't do a great job of communicating to the player what is happening. It's very if you watched my Switzerland streams, you saw some of that. I didn't go out of my way to point it out, but, like, there's a lot happening in a very small amount of screen real estate, and if you don't already kind of have your head wrapped around it, it doesn't do a good job of telling you what's happening. So I just think people have, like, not a good idea. It's hard to blame people for not totally getting it, because at the end of the day, the UI just kind of doesn't do a great job communicating all that to you. So I don't know. That's another thing. Again, there are mods that I think, oh God, what is it? It's called, like, Big Battlefield UI or something like that. I forget what exactly it's called, but there is a mod that it doesn't change any of the underlying mechanics. All it does is fill the screen with it's like a full screen battle like screen that will, like, line by line, unit by unit, tell you you know, are you getting any bonuses or penalties from terrain on this regiment? Are you getting bonuses, or are you getting countered? You know, what's the actual, like, math that's happening right now? And that's just something that the base game just kind of is not very interested in telling you, and that makes it kind of confusing. Yeah, I guess the counterpoint is, like, if you don't want to play it safe and you just want to put all your chips put all your eggs in one basket, yeah, you could just do all armored horsemen. Oops, all armored horsemen, and call it a day. And at the end of the day, probably most battles you can get away with doing that. It's just, like, every once in a while you're going to come upon 1,000 spearmen and they're going to just destroy you, because your armored horsemen are going to be completely countered. Minus 80 in wetlands, holy shit. Okay, so they do slightly worse. Oh, hold on. Okay, they're actually better in mountains than normal armored horsemen by kind of a lot, actually. That's really good to know, actually. Yeah, and the Akratai are just, like, straight up way better. It seems like, oh, they have lower screen and lower toughness. They have a ton of additional, terrain bonuses, though, which make them better at the end of the day, I think. Because let's actually take a look at the terrain map. Yeah, see, we have tons of mountains, tons of hills, plains, tiny bit of forest. So this steppe region, I think this used to also be hills or mountains, but they added a little bit of steppe terrain over here. So anytime you saw like a bonus in mountain or hills in those men-at-arms screens, like basically like at least 50% of the territory of the empire is going to be mountains or hills, which means that all of that is going to give us bonuses when we're using our specialized men-at-arms. So yeah, we should just go pretty much all in on specialized men-at-arms, I think. We're not going to do that right now, though. That's something to keep in mind. So yeah, well, should we do we have any title? What are you trying to tell me? Okay, let's do the stupid tutorial. Not stupid, the amazing tutorial. I'm so happy that they added all these tutorials. Military and administrative government. Governors can create men-at-arms as part of the governorship they are responsible for. These troops... Oh, so... Oh... I'm realizing now, sorry, I'm realizing now that I misunderstood some of the dev diaries. Because I thought all of the armies you created as an admin realm were these imperial armies. But I guess you have both? Okay, hold on. Let's actually pay attention here. I thought I wasn't going to have to pay attention, but I think we will. Can be borrowed by other governors in the realm. Sure. Top liege has the imperial troops at their disposal and has the ability to manage the troops of the governors. They can take control of them in their own wars or reassign them to governors who might be in need. Okay. This grants them the ability to raise and use them, improving defenses along the realm's borders. Okay, inspect Imperial Army. This overview of this is an overview of a specific governorship's army. As a governor, you can leverage your influence to call on the aid of an army from a different province. Okay, gotcha. The top liege can force any governor to reassign their army or take control of it themselves. Okay. The status shows if the army is available or not. Sure. If the troops are raised by the governor in a war, the top liege cannot reassign the troops until they have been dismissed. Okay, good to know. In case of revolts from the governors against the liege, the governor takes back any troops that originate from their governorship. Sure. Keep an eye out for the situation in the whole realm to optimize their use. Okay. On the road to power, when an administrative realm is fueled by political action and intrigue, having a strong and well-managed military will not only improve your defenses, but also assist in your diplomatic pursuits. After all, military might is only one of many roads to power. I understand. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I misunderstood how this works. Because based on the dev diaries, I thought that all your armies were rolled into this imperial army concept. But okay, so this is a totally different thing. Okay. Do we still have to pay full price? Yes, we do. Okay. All right. Well, we will create... Well, okay, now I'm wondering, does creating armies as part of our title improve our standing? I bet it does, doesn't it? What am I looking at here? Or maybe it improves our governor efficiency. Effectiveness, okay. Okay, so our governor efficiency improves our title men-at-arms. This trait can be leveled through actions that improve held counties or benefit the realm, such as completing governance issues, constructing buildings, or picking certain options and events. So constructing buildings does give us governor XP. It does not tell us if creating title men-at-arms will, though. We'll have to pay attention to that. We will start off building out our own kind of personal armies, and then after we get maybe an additional, once we let's get this to size 2, and then also create a size 2 group of cataphracts. That'll give us a comfortable personal army to fall back on, and then we'll create our first regiment of title men-at-arms. And when we do that, we'll pay attention to if that changes anything to do with our governor trait XP, or I should say also, for anyone who's not familiar with this game, some traits are static. They give you what they give you, and that's it. Some traits have their own. They're kind of like mini classes, where doing certain things will give you trait experience, is what it's called. And as you level up the trait, you get additional bonuses. So right now, strategos doesn't give us anything, but if we get to level 1 with 25 trait experience, we'll get +1 stewardship, which we desperately need, and +1 influence per month, which would also not hurt. And it only goes up from there. So some of these traits you can kind of think of as like mini classes. I really love this concept. I not to go off on too much of a tangent, but I think that this general concept would be really cool in a tabletop game. Just have like a trait that you have that's like not your whole entire deal, but like you can kind of level up as its own kind of like mini class. I think that is just a brilliant idea. One of my favorite things about this game. And then we have, we have mercenaries, and we have special mercenaries. So this is, I mentioned earlier that like landless adventurers are a new thing in this DLC. Good Lord, 10,000. Why can't we hire these guys? I'm not at war. Sure. Okay, fine. Must be a war. Okay. Some landless adventurers. There are, first of all, there are NPCs who are landless adventurers, and some of them are available to hire as special mercenaries. We have no holy orders. Interesting. Okay. I just looked down at the clock and I realized I am 30 minutes over when I said when I said I was thinking about calling it. Oh, hold on, wait. Jeff the Jar. This game has a tendency to do that, doesn't it? Yeah, yeah. I did a couple of test streams just to make sure that I had everything in order in the like month or so before Roads to Power released, and my first one I didn't have a clear idea in my head of like how long I wanted to go, but I think that stream ended up being like 7 hours long. Just because I did not look at the clock the entire time. And then, I was like, oh, I'm feeling kind of tired. I wonder what time it is. And I looked down, and it's like 7 hours later. I'm like, okay, yeah, yep. Should have known better. That's why I like had a pretty specific kind of time in mind for like how long I wanted to go just for today. Okay, let's unpause for a moment and see if that marriage goes through with Theodora. There we go. Okay, to the thoughtful Andronikos. I gladly accept your marriage proposal. Your daughter Theodora and my son Constantinos will be joined in holy matrimony. Hell yeah. Okay, that gives us the alliance to Constantinos. That does not, it doesn't really improve his opinion of us. But he is relatively strong, and he's also a neighbor, so crucially that should keep him off of our back for a while now. And I wonder if that gives us an in to... So one other thing I did want to look at... So we saw earlier in the tutorial that some of these themas have no one in line to succeed. So let's just see what we can... See if we can do anything with that. Vidin, where is this? Where are you? Vidin... Bulgaria, okay. Look at that, and it's right on our border. Would love to consolidate control over here. Oh, this is one of the other bookmark characters. Who is this guy? Cyprus. Okay, yeah. Let's see if we can do anything with Bulgaria. Influence candidacy. What can we make happen here? My brother, he already has Aetolia. Do you have children? You have a daughter, okay. Okay. Oh, can I just make myself? Oh, no, I can't. Okay. Oh, why is this happening? Oh, stop. Okay. What was that? This is the one. Okay. My sister, but she is married to Mija. What was his name? Oh, wait, no, this is a different sister. Who are you? Cyprus, okay. Wait, does that mean that are we not allied to this guy? Where's the, here we go. Oh, no. Okay, well. Oh, well. Half brother. What about this is the one who's married to Johannes. Player Aaron's son. Interesting. Okay. We could put Alexios in first place for Bulgaria because he has no heir. God, look at these stats. 14 stewardship, 18 diplomacy. Unfortunately for him, he does not have a particularly high intrigue. Scheme odds poor. Why is that? Title tier -20. His intrigue -4. Love that. Oh, he's got some unrest in his vassals. Love that. Scheme modifiers -17. What is this? Secrecy 71%. Okay, I like that. That's a good starting point. Boundary dispute. Subsume governorship. Forced to step down. Oh, I wonder if we could just force him to step down. Might accept 20. Okay, so this is not a scheme. This is just a thing that happens. Okay. Boy, I would love to rip Bulgaria from this guy's hands and put it in my house's domain. What else? What else can we quest appointment support, forced to step down, subsume? What? Yeah, what does this do? Start a subsume governorship. I will get to the theme of Bulgaria. Thema, sorry. I'm going to try to stay on top of the correct pronunciations, but it's tough. Wait, hold on, request. Oh, we can just ask for permission to raid someone. Okay, that's pretty funny. That's very funny, in fact, in my opinion. All of our ski mods are poor. I don't. So I should say this whole new scheme UI is new. So, and my understanding is that, so before, up until this most recent update, a scheme kind of either worked or it didn't, or maybe it did, but, you didn't maintain secrecy. My understanding is they've added more, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but my understanding is that they've added some more like shades of gray to like gradient kind of success. I don't know if that's true or if I just misread the dev diaries. The long and short of it is that I'm not totally sure that I'm totally understanding this new scheme UI. So we might just have to do some experimentation, just go out on a limb with some schemes, and just see if they work, just to get a feel for the new system. But I say all that, at the moment I don't totally know, what's worth taking a swing at and what's not. Undermined governance. This muddy waters. Oh, this is going to be, my intrigue is high enough that I can just kind of do this. This is going to be fun to just screw with people this way, or help them, as the case may be. Okay, I'm getting a little sidetracked. I did say at the beginning that we might want to do a pilgrimage, like almost right off the bat. Oh, gallows bait is like the criminal, like the straight up criminal trait that they added for landless adventures. It's kind of funny that they added trait loss for gallows bait to pilgrimages. Okay, so this costs. Oh, did our income go up slightly since the beginning? I thought we were only making 9.8. I don't know what happened there. I think our income for some reason went up a little bit. What is this really going to cost, though? We're going to want to go to Byzantion. Oh my god. Wait, why don't you like me? Hold on. Oh, hold on. Oh, right. Ooh, I kind of forgot that the Emperor doesn't really like us. Okay. Sure, yeah, definitely. Oh, he's already a 1-star strategos? Okay, sure. We might... Oh, okay. How much fucking with people do I want to do before I get that pilgrimage out of the way? Also, what is this? No, we're not doing that for I think that's more for like family members or something. Can we promote our son? Also, who are you married to? Oh, this guy. That's how we're allied to him. Yes, we can promote his candidacy. Ski mod's good. Okay. And if it's successful, okay. Okay. Appointments. So we're acclamation, I think, is, yeah, the top, the empire title. Appointment succession is for governors, I believe. So he'll get plus 20 from being promoted by this scheme, which should help keep our appointment secured for the next generation, and also potentially help get him slotted in potentially for Bulgaria. So maybe this is a good first step to potentially securing a second appointment. Scheme phase 109 days. Good. Okay. Let's just go with, let's start with this. Let's start with a balanced agent arrangement. Oh, you're gonna tell me about this complex scheme? Yeah, so this is the new complex schemes thing. Let's take a moment to go through complex schemes. These schemes consist of 3 primary parameters: success chance, phase length, and secrecy. To assist you in completing a scheme, there are different types of agents, which usually come in pre-selected groups of 5 when starting a complex scheme. A complex scheme will play out over the course of several... Okay. For some reason, so Sway is not a complex scheme, but the highlight is showing, is for some reason pointing towards that. But this is a simple scheme. This is not what the tutorial is telling us about. This is our complex scheme. Promote Alexios. Each scheme phase consists of a number of days, after which your success chance will increase. There is a chance that you will obtain an advantage after each scheme phase, which you can spend to convince agents to join or to execute the scheme with a higher success chance. Okay. Each scheme, yeah, now it's showing the right one. Each scheme has an associated scheme potential. This potential can be increased through the use of agents and serves as a hard limit for the max success chance you can. Oh, our max success chance is only... I wonder if that's before agents are added. I bet, yeah, it's got to be that. The scheme potential can never exceed 95% chance, meaning that all schemes, regardless of the number of advantages spent to increase the success chance, will always have a chance to succeed or fail. A complex scheme has a certain level of secrecy, which I don't think we care about in this one. Yeah, I don't think so. Powerful. Oh, we get a little bonus for that. Okay. Ooh, we got to change our... I think we want to change our powerful family archetype, or whatever they called it, because I don't think we really care about war right now. Blah, blah, blah. This is a value that represents how likely it is for the scheme to be discovered. When starting a scheme, it will have a grace period of a few months during which it cannot be discovered under any circumstances. After this period, the scheme is at risk of being discovered through scheme breaches. Oh, and after 5 breaches, it will automatically fail. Yeah. So I don't think that will matter for this, but for things like murder or raid estate, probably something like that. I think the secrecy and breaches will matter. So we'll keep an eye out for that when we eventually get there. Oh, see ya, Jackie. You can execute a scheme even if it has scheme breaches, but it will be at a reduced success chance. That makes sense. If your scheme accumulates 7. Oh. Whoa, wait, hold on. Accumulates 7 scheme breaches, it will be canceled. Well, is that an error in the text? Because this says 5 breaches, it will automatically fail, but this is saying 7. That's got to be a mistake, right? Further, certain basic schemes such as seduce, may also be considered secret and have an associated grace period. Interesting, okay. Complex schemes have 5 agent slots that can be filled with potential co-conspirators. Generally, it's a good idea to fill as many of the agent slots as possible, as they can provide beneficial bonuses to scheme phase length, secrecy, or scheme potential, sure. Different agent types favor different skills. For instance, an infiltrator... Oh, this is... Okay, interesting. Benefits from intrigue and diplomacy in addition to certain traits. Gotcha. Once you feel confident that you have plotted enough, it may be time to consider executing your scheme. To do this, you can leverage 5, 10, 15, or 20 of your accrued advantages. Gotcha. Further, if you suspect someone is scheming against you, it might be worthwhile to change your active countermeasure focus. And yeah, that's what these are, right? To avoid potential mishaps. Good luck and happy scheming. Yeah, so currently we have none. Bounties for whispers. So we lose income and prestige, but minus 15% secrecy for all opposing schemes. Interesting. Arbitrary arrests. Minus 25 secrecy for all opposing schemes, but tyranny modifier. And nobody likes that. Everyone's unhappy. Okay. Strengthen sentries. Spur of the moment intruders, minus 100% chance for opposing schemes like seduce, convert to witchcraft, and elope. Okay. Plus 15% success chance. Okay. Murder, overthrow regent, steal artifact. Okay. And this is the inverse of that. Okay, hold on. What were the other modifiers? Courtly vassal opinion minus 30. Stress gain plus 15%, and Glory Hound vassal opinion minus 20. Interesting. Withdraw from view. Countermeasure only affects you. Minus 100% success chance for opposing schemes like murder, overthrow regents, steal artifact. Also minus 100% for schemes like seduce, convert to witchcraft, or elope. And plus 25% success chance for opposing schemes like claim throne. Okay, so it makes it more likely, or like claim throne schemes become more powerful. And stress gain plus 20%, general opinion minus 30. Okay. I understand. Okay. Oh, wait. Wait, we can assign the... Oh, okay, wait. Can be convinced, which is... Okay. Would not accept this, okay. So are we being shown... Oops. Can we filter out people who would not... Would he... Oh, okay, I see. Okay. We have to convince him. Gotcha. Okay, we can offer him more than one thing. That is interesting. Oh, that's a lot. Okay. So no one wants to help. Oh, okay. We do have some people who would be willing to, but they're not very strong. Okay, I see how it's going to be. Can we... okay. Sycophant. Lady Irene is pretty good. Not the best, but pretty good here. So we might just slot her in there. Yeah, we don't have anyone super good for proponent or intermediary. Socialite. Anybody? No, not really. Or not anyone good anyway. And same for bureaucrat. What would we have to do? Who are you? You're another strategos. Okay. Could offer a hook. Prestige. We do have 600 prestige. Oh my god, 300 though. Jesus Christ. He would take a hook, which is not the word. How long is he in it for? So what is, okay, 5 years. That's got to be more than enough time, right? Well, he would not take just a hook. I'm usually loath to just hand out hooks, because there's just so many things that NPCs can use hooks for. You basically never, in my opinion, you kind of never want either a liege or a vassal to have a hook on you. Peer vassals are not the worst. So he could use a hook on me to force me to join a faction that I otherwise wouldn't want to join. But that's not the worst thing in the world. Probably. A peer vassal or like fellow vassal is like not the worst. So okay, this is Azakios. Yeah, he's better as a sycophant than as a bureaucrat. Although, okay, Jesus Christ. Like I would never in a million years would I willingly just hand over a hook to Basilius Manuel, just because there's way too many things he could use that for and just completely destroy me. Strategos Alexios is almost as good in both of these, and also more willing. Okay. Let's put Irene, my daughter, in Mysia. Oh, interesting. God, there are so many options in here. The amount of options that they've added to schemes is really interesting. So I will say for a long time, I feel like people in the CK3 community have talked about like both diplomacy and intrigue as like, D tier lifestyles and like play styles in general. And I get why content creators would believe that. But in my opinion, diplomacy and intrigue have both always kind of been fun ways to play the game. But the issue with both of them have pretty much always been that like you just don't have the depth of options that you have available to you is just not the same as like a more martial or like warlike kind of approach to the game, or even like stewardship. And I was really looking forward to this DLC because from relatively early on in the dev diaries, it seemed like they were going to add so much to schemes and intrigue. I still think that the intrigue lifestyle or like perk trees could use some work. I've always thought that the diplomacy perk trees are fine pretty much the way they are. Maybe they need a little bit of work, but diplomacy itself in CK3 tends to be, there's just not enough interesting choices to make along the road. And it feels like, at least within admin play, it feels like some of this is gonna definitely help improve. Oh yeah, and see, that improved our success chance. Okay, gonna help improve the degree of like the feeling that you're actually doing something, I guess, is what I'm driving at, which has always kind of been what's missing from those, is just the sense that you're not really making interesting choices that are leading to a particular result. Just kind of that you're like pushing buttons and just waiting for timers to run out or whatever. I feel like what I want to do here is maybe build up some advantages and maybe spend those to hook Manuel into proponent, maybe one of these two positions, proponent or intermediary. Yeah, let's get Isaacios in here. Do I just not have him? Oh god, even what is hefty bribe then? 450 gold. Good lord. Okay, so minimum to leverage scheme advantages is 3. That's good to know. Let's offer Isaacios. Oh, I gained stress from this. Okay. Here we go. Let's offer him a hook. And yeah, that drastically reduces the scheme phase. It's 300 even if it's okay. That's brutal. Is there? I could just throw my wife in there. She's only got 10 scheme power. It's not nothing, I guess. And I don't have to bribe her. Can Constantinos really not do anything for us? 5, God, okay. Yeah, let's throw Euphrosyne in the mix. She doesn't do a whole lot for us, but that's fine, I guess. Can I get you with a hook? No. Can I get you with a hook? Yes, okay. So Strategos Alexios of Bulgaria will help us for... I really... I'm a little uncomfortable throwing hooks out at everyone. We're making influence at a good enough clip that 250 is not the end of the world, I feel. So let's offer influence. We're offering him connections. Yes. And then once we get three advantages, we can see if that makes it a little bit easier to get the Basilius involved. And we don't even really need him because we're already capped out on potential here. So maybe we don't even need to worry about that, actually. Okay, so we're on the road to promoting our son, Alexios. Okay. And it is 7 p.m. my time. I'm already an hour over what I initially planned. and we're just barely. I think we unpaused one time in all of that. But like I said, this first episode is mostly just me. I can't get over. This is such an improvement. Just having the little character portraits in your schemes row here. Oh, you guys can't even see that. Hold on. Let me. There we go. The little character portraits in these schemes down here is just such an improvement, just a little quality of life improvement. Every time I look down there and see those portraits, it's just like, yeah, that's just how it should have always been, probably. Anyway, yeah, like I said, earlier on, this was probably always going to be me just like methodically clicking through menus and discovering all the new stuff. So at the end of the day, it's not that surprising that we didn't get a whole lot done in this first episode, but yeah, if you stuck with me through most of that, or you're watching on YouTube and you watched all through all that, thank you for sticking around. Speaking of YouTube, if you want to watch, if you didn't catch all of this and you want to watch back through the VOD, I will put this up on YouTube sometime this week. The link to the YouTube will be up on the screen in a minute here. Yeah, I will be back. I'll probably continue doing these streams every Sunday, 2 to 6-ish Central Time. So if you just started joining or started watching along today and want to continue on the journey, come back next week and I'll be back. But yeah. Thanks for watching. Thanks for following if you followed. Thanks for lurking if you lurked. It's been a good first day in Byzantion. All the music on the stream is by Steviosphere off of the EP Elevator Relaxation Tapes 1 through 4. You can find all of their music at steviosphere.bandcamp.com. I'll post the link in the chat in a second here. But yeah, thanks for watching along. We'll be back next week. See ya.